Good morning. I call the meeting to order. As we prepare for an invocation, I'd like to just note that it was just over 2 weeks ago that the nation learned of the killing of George Floyd. For many, his death has reminded us or awoken us to the hurt and the pain of racism for Black Americans that exist in all of our communities. Let us now take a minute of silence to briefly reflect on our role in helping to better our community. If you'll all take a moment for silence, thank you. Thank you. Before we begin, I'd like to welcome a new member to the commission, Brian O'Haver. We're so glad to have you join us today, and welcome.
Thank you, Tika. Glad to be here.
Great. And we'll try to take some time at the end of the meeting to give you an opportunity to tell us about yourself a little bit. Okay. Welcome to the June 9th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Like in the past Planning Commission meetings, we are operating in a virtual environment. I would like to ask for patience as we use this platform for our public meetings. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, presentations, and participants. If any participants have issues with the technology, please send a message to the moderator. For each item, staff will provide a presentation. At the conclusion of each item, Planning Commission members can ask questions. I would ask that commissioners to hold all questions until the conclusion of each presentation and any public comments. I would also ask that each commissioner to be recognized by the chairperson before speaking, and you can raise your hand so I can see you. If you have any technical questions, please send a message to the moderator through the chat. We begin our meeting with an opportunity for persons to address the Planning Commission and to speak on any matter that is not on our agenda. So I believe we do not have anybody signed up to speak. So with that, we will move on to the consent agenda. The first order of business is the consent agenda. This is a list of requests that can be acted upon in one motion. Instead of acting on each request individually, the commissioners can approve the items with one motion and vote. There is one item on the consent agenda today, which which will appear on the June 23rd Planning Commission meeting. This item was discussed and deferred at our last meeting. To clarify, the commission is not voting on a final disposition of this request. It is simply placing the item on the June 23rd agenda. So with that, I'd ask for a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda. Commissioner Miller.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. Commissioner, do we have a second? Jennifer,
Second.
Sorry, Commissioner Lampman.
Thank you. Second.
Commissioner Miller has offered a motion to approve. Commissioner Lampman has seconded the motion. I'll ask Shanitha for a roll call of members to record their individual votes. And at the end of the roll call, I'll announce the outcome in the vote. Shanitha?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller? I'm sorry?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Commissioner Tomasulo?
Aye.
And Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
Okay, so that's a unanimous vote. So the motion passes. Right, thank you. The next, now we'll begin the old business portion of the agenda. These are requests that have appeared on previous Planning Commission agendas. And the first item today is case number TC 1619, accessory dwelling units. And if you'll give me just a moment here. Okay. This is a request to modify existing standards in the UDO related to ADUs, that's accessory dwelling units. Some commissioners sent comments and questions to staff to gain clarity on this text change. The comments, questions, and responses are provided in our backup material. It is our intention to provide a recommendation to the City Council today. As we discuss this issue, I would ask everyone to think about any considerations or amendments to this ordinance, which can be transmitted with our recommendation. Additionally, Council has sent this text change with a directive to look at 3 specific questions, those on the inclusion of the overlay, parking requirements for ADUs, and landscaping requirements. Mark Holland will present on behalf of City staff. Mark?
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Mark Holland with Planning and Development. To repeat, this is TC 16-19, which is the revisions to the accessory dwelling units. This text change would remove UDO Article 5.7 for the accessory dwelling unit overlay district and would create a new section 2.6.3 to allow construction of an attached or detached accessory dwelling unit on the same lot as a principal residential building as a by right development option. Just to give you some background, this text change was initiated by the City Council at their December 3rd, 2019 meeting. During consideration of the UDO in 2011 to 2013, the city discussed the backyard cottage option as a new housing type. This housing type did not get included with the UDO that was ultimately approved, but the public interest in this type of option remained. In 2016, a petition of citizens requesting a study of the Mordecai neighborhood was as a test environment for ADUs. In October of 2016, the council authorized a text change. After several public meetings, the city council approved language for ADUs as an overlay district in February of 2019. Now, since that time, February to December 2019, and even to current day, no applications have been submitted, formally submitted for the overlay district. As far as purpose and need, it would be to diversify and expand our housing options, remove the overlay district and allow ADUs by right, and no additional zoning or zoning changes would be required. Individual property owners would have the ability to decide if an ADU is appropriate for their property. Several topics were considered in this text change. Those would be the overlay district, landscaping requirements, parking requirements, whether they would be allowed within attached houses, variance options, height, and the amount of living space. Potential adverse impacts that have been identified would be the possible increase in gross residential density, removal of the case-by-case geographic mechanism of legal notice that would accompany rezoning request. Again, these would not be under the current proposed language. These would not be a rezoning, so that notice would not be there. Removal of the neighborhood scale element of participation and expression of values. If no action is taken, again, it would have to go through it's part of a rezoning process, and that the length of time for that process can be 6 months or even longer. To keep the process as is, neighboring property owners would have the opportunity to participate in the decision to allow accessory dwelling units in their vicinity. The City Council requested modification of the ADU UDO in 3 ways: to eliminate the provisions that require the ADU overlay district, instead permitting this as a building type in all districts that permit the detached and attached building type, which would include the RX, OX, NX, CX, and DX. Removal of the provision related to landscaping requirements, and remove the requirement for parking for accessory apartments and backyard cottages. As you may be aware, the city implemented a portal to allow public comments via the web. We did receive quite a few responses on this item. The item was on that portal for about a week. We received 42 responses. 28 were generally in favor. 3 were generally opposed, and there were 7 that had generally supported the item, but wanted conditions applied to it. And those conditions can be broken down into 3 primary categories, and that would be the primary structure or the ADU to be owner occupied, that the accessory dwelling unit not be used for short-term rentals or commercial businesses, and that neighbors should be notified. To discuss the major issues that need to be addressed with this, the ADU overlay district that is currently in the UDO requires a minimum area of 10 acres for the district. This requirement, again, would be removed, and ADUs will be permitted as a by right use on individual lots. New regulations for ADUs would be established. These would include allowable floor area, the number of permitted ADUs on a single lot, the occupancy of the ADU, access to the ADU, transfer of the property, prohibition of use as an overnight lodging or live-work unit, and compliance with Article 6.74, which addresses the accessory uses and structures. ADU parking regulations is another issue. No parking would be required for an ADU with a main entrance that lies within 1,320 feet of an operating transit stop, with service from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. With intervals that are no longer than 15 minutes during peak commute hours. A definition will be added for ADU, and to repeat that definition, which is present in 2 places in the proposed ordinance. A self-contained dwelling unit that is located on the same lot as a principal dwelling but is used independent of and subordinate to the principal dwelling. ADUs typically include a living room, sleeping area, kitchen, and bathroom, and have a lockable entrance door. An ADU may be located above a garage. ADUs may be detached, attached, or internal to the principal dwelling. Staff is available for any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Oh, so since there's nobody signed up to speak on this from the public, I think we can move on to question and comments from the commissioners. Does anybody have questions for staff? Commissioner Tomasulo?
Yes, it was more just to make sure I did not miss anything. No text has been changed or updated. I mean, it looks like from the presentation it's the same, but since the text change meeting in February, nothing has been changed or added to this except the question and responses that are included in our packet, correct?
That is correct. The language has remained as is since the text change committee, with the exception of that section 10 that was incorrectly placed in there. That section was removed.
Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Miller?
And mute button. I have some questions. Some of it goes to the substance and sort of going line by line. There will be discussion for the table. Other of it will sort of incorporate staff. How would you like to proceed with some of the procedure related to this?
I think it might be useful to start with questions for staff.
Okay.
And then we can bring it to the table. If we have a lot of discussion, what I might propose to do is go through the text change by section so we can sort of have an understanding of where we all stand for each section.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure if we wanted to go through the whole thing with staff first and then go through the whole thing at the table again, or if we kind of wanted to incorporate both at the same time. Either way, whatever you prefer.
Let's ask questions of staff, and then we'll bring it to the table. Hopefully, we won't repeat content by doing so. And I do recognize Commissioner Tomasula. I will call on you next. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you, Commissioner Miller.
Sorry.
Excuse me. Commissioner Miller, was that your only question?
I'll have a number. I can let Commissioner Tomasula go first and then get into some of the substance. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So, I know in the report it said that no actual rezonings were filed, but I guess I did just want clarification on how many meetings and attempted interests/pursuits were initiated kind of without success under the old policy.
This is Mark Holland. I can recall meeting with 3 potential applicants regarding the overlay district, but it did not move past any of those initial meetings. I did have one where I met with them twice, but again, no formal application was submitted.
Was there an immediate next step for how they could proceed?
Well, within the meetings, we went through the same basic process with each of them, explaining to them what was required and what the process was. And again, 2 of those meetings, it did not get past that initial meeting. One individual, one group did come back to us with some additional questions about, if I recall correctly, about how the 10 acres could be organized, and they may have had some additional questions. But this was very early on with the adoption of the overlay district, so I don't recall the particulars of the meeting. But there was only one where we had a second meeting with a potential applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Miller?
So then getting into the substance, I'll just start with some questions for staff. On section B, lot area, the 3rd sentence says district density applies and may require larger lots than are required for an individual building type. Could you explain what that means?
The district density applies. That's referring to what the residential zoning district in which they are located that may require the density requirements may only allow like 1 unit per a certain square footage. And some of those lots, some of those requirements are different among the different residential zoning districts. So one may require a minimum lot size of 10,000, one may require a minimum lot size of 6. That's what that's referring to. It is referring to the individual zoning districts and their minimum lot sizes.
So practically speaking, in an R4 district, if your lot is 1/4 of an acre, would you be allowed to build, and you have a principal dwelling, would you be allowed to build an ADU?
You would be allowed to build an ADU, and there's only one principal allowed per lot.
Even though the district density would say that only one dwelling is allowed, or 4 in that 1/4 acre?
It would be one principal dwelling per lot, and you would be able to have the accessory dwelling unit.
So in what, so,
Counted separately.
okay, so in the implication of this, what is the implication of this sentence on the ability to build ADUs?
Well,
if I could interrupt,
okay.
Commissioner Miller, the lot area definition, that applies across the whole UDO. And so that's referring to, I mean, the language that allows the accessory dwelling unit is I believe it should be underlined, but it doesn't appear to be underlined, is the second portion of that sentence. One accessory dwelling unit is permitted per lot regardless of underlying density designation. Okay.
So if I could also jump in, David, and this is Ken Bowers. The reason why this language has been in here is more as it relates to the subdivision of land than the production of a unit on a particular lot that already exists. And what that means is that the minimum lot sizes in all the residential zones are smaller than if you took the units per acre and divided it into the number of square feet in an acre. So as a result, when there are lots that may be twice the minimum lot size that still cannot be split because that would result in more density in the subdivision than would be allowed in the district. But that's really the only time that kicks in. If you already have an existing platted lot that meets the minimum lot size, or in this case, even if it does not, you can still put a house on it and put an ADU on it.
So this is really referring to subdividing lots?
Yes, and as part of the overall definition of lot area in Chapter 1.
Could we add some clarification that that's what we're trying, just trying to make sure that it's not directly contrary to the next sentence. And clarifying that district density applies is referring to the fact that this lot can't be subdivided between the ADU and the principal dwelling.
Okay, we can.
I'll hold that one as a suggestion for the
Sure.
Commissioner Miller, anything else for the moment?
Not on that section.
Okay.
My next comment is under section 3C, under the definition.
Thank you. Commissioner Tomasulo, did you want to speak to that section?
I guess I'll hold off because it relates to that sentence relates to the chart. And so I guess I'll wait until we get to the chart.
Okay, thank you. So if we don't have any additional questions for staff on that section, I guess moving on to the next one, which would be no comments on section 3. I'm not seeing any hands. No comments on section 4. Oh, Commissioner O'Haver?
Sorry, I wanted to go back on the lot area and confirm that there's some text missing after the word 1 that is struck and then underlined 4. Is that what you were saying, David? And is that the part that Blaney's asking, or Commissioner Miller, sorry, is asking for clarification on?
Repeat that again, would you?
The sentence
Commissioner Weber?
previously read, the struck areas under lot areas is within the accessory dwelling unit overlay district, comma, 1. And then the underline added text says for any lot developed with detached house. I thought you said there was some additional text that was left out of that portion of the.
No, what I was referring to is since we deleted the 1, we need to underline the 1 after 2-unit living on the second to last line.
Okay, thank you.
And what we can do, I guess, and maybe Commissioner Blaney, this would bring some more clarification, is between 2-unit living, where it says comma 1, we could put semicolon, however, comma, to emphasize that one accessory dwelling unit is permitted regardless of your density. So regardless of that previous statement, you can still have one accessory dwelling unit. Did that answer your question, Commissioner Weber?
Yeah,
Yes,
my
sir.
mute button
Thank you.
keeps jumping around. Sorry. And could we change it to also, regardless of underlying district density designation, and use the same defined term as the previous sentence?
Well, it's all the same sentence.
The previous sentence says district density applies, and so then the next sentence would say regardless of underlying district density designation instead of just density designation. Just to make sure that showing how the two sentences relate to one another.
So insert underlying district density designation.
Yes.
Okay. So inserting however and inserting district. Okay. Sorry, Chair. I guess you're at section 4.
That's okay. At the end, I might ask for, anyway, someone to give me a little clarification of summarizing that one. So section 4, does anybody have any comments on that? Seeing none. Section 5. Commissioner Blaney? I mean, Commissioner Miller, sorry.
No worries. Subsection C, definition. The first sentence, it says an ADU is a self-contained dwelling unit, but is used independent of and subordinate to the principal dwelling. Is independent of defined?
No, we do not have a definition for independent of.
Okay. What about subordinate to?
We do not define those terms in the UDO.
Mark, this is Ken Bowers. I believe our understanding of the phrase independent of simply means that someone living in that unit can access the unit without setting foot in the remainder of in the principal dwelling. Is that?
Yeah, that's correct. Although we don't define it, it is understood that it is to be used separate and unto itself.
And does subordinate to simply mean that the unit is smaller, which is something that's mandated elsewhere in the ordinance?
Yeah, it's subordinate to just means, you have the principal and this is the accessory. So this would have to be clearly identifiable as accessory to the principal dwelling, therefore subordinate of.
Okay.
So the first one, you said independent of, you're talking about a separate external entrance?
Essentially, yes. So that means that someone can come and go without ever disturbing the residence of the primary resident. So they can access the accessory unit and use all the features of the accessory unit without ever setting foot in the primary unit. Are you looking for a clarification of that language?
Mm-hmm. And the same on the subordinate to. And maybe the best way to do it is under section D, when it refers to those requirements, we could just say independent of means a separate entrance that blah, blah, blah. under 1 or D, whatever subsection that is, 6. And subordinate to means under section D1 or wherever we put that.
Okay.
Alternatively, we could just strike that and an ADU definition of dwelling unit that meets the requirements of the rest of the section. And the next, did anyone else have a question on that sentence?
Commissioner McIntosh?
Oh, I just wanted to say, on that particular section, I feel like the language is very similar to how these types of relationships are handled in the building code. So I personally didn't feel like it was confusing, but I understand that if the language can be clearer, that's a good thing.
I had one question for staff, and then Commissioner Lampman, I will call on you. The section that says or dwelling units may be detached, attached, or internal to the principal dwelling. And I know there's been in the report material, there was discussion about auxiliary units being a potentially new text change. And I'm wondering if the internal to the principal dwelling unit might make sense to be pulled out of here and put into auxiliary units.
That is certainly a discussion that the Planning Commission can have. I mean, if you would prefer that to be removed and included in a separate text change, we can certainly accommodate that.
So I would support that. To me, it's a little confusing. I'm not sure how that's an ADU if it's internal to the unit. So it seems like it might have a better home somewhere else where it can be more clearly defined. Commissioner Lampman, I'm going to call on you next.
I just on those two comments, one to Blaney's discussion about moving some of that definition down to D.1. D.1C, for example, would be a good spot for that. I also agree. I think that an ADU that is internal to the principal dwelling, when we get there, section D.1.A that talks about 50% of the gross floor area, I think that if you have it internal to the principal dwelling, you'll start to have issues when you start to calculate 50% of the gross floor area.
Thank you. Commissioner Tomasulo?
It was really, I guess, more so clarification about internal, but I guess it's just from my experience, I guess, an understanding, thinking like a basement is like an internal ADU. And I guess that's how I kind of thought of it. But if I'm thinking of it wrong, I'm curious to hear other people's thoughts.
That's essentially correct. And the intent here was, say I had a 2-story house with a walkout basement and I converted the basement to an ADU, the floor area down in that basement could only be 50% of the floor area of the remainder of the space in the house, even though it's all in one structure.
Commissioner Lampman?
If that's the case, and when we get there, we'll need to put, if we keep it, the internal discussion in this language, then I think it needs to be more clear that the 50% of the remaining gross floor area should be identified. To Tika's point, if we put it in, a section where it makes more sense, like the auxiliary dwelling unit, then that might satisfy that just in itself. Otherwise, I think we need to clarify the 50% of the remaining gross floor area.
Okay, I think that's clear.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller?
Under C6, under 2.6.3C definition, the second sentence, ADUs, accessory dwelling units typically include a living room, sleeping area, kitchen, and bathroom. And these questions may be redundant from some of the ones that I asked at the committee meeting. Just wanted to share them with the whole commission. What is the intent? Is the intent of this sentence to say that they must include a living room, or is this, what is the intent behind this sentence?
The intent is just to give an idea of what what an accessory dwelling unit may include. This is not a requirement to say that they have to include all these elements. It's just a sentence to say that what they may have. And that's when we include the word typically.
Mm-hmm. Since this is in a definition section and based on potential confusion when folks are working with this in the future, what if I don't have a living room? Does this mean that I'm not a typical ADU, and am I going to run into issues here? Could we change this instead to saying ADUs must include at a minimum the dwelling, and then include the definition of a dwelling unit with the bathing, cooking, and sleeping, but may include additional rooms or amenities? But just clarifying what the minimum required in the definition is.
We could certainly change that language if that's a recommendation of the commission, unless David is aware of something that we can't include, or I would be open to changing that.
Right.
If this is David York, if I could suggest just replacing the word typically to may, but not necessarily. So it may, but not necessarily include these things.
Sure.
It's fewer words, and we already say up above it's a self-contained dwelling unit.
So it's essentially under the UDO, and this is, I believe, is similar to the building code, the dwelling unit, if you can go to the bathroom and take a shower or a bath and cook a meal and go to sleep, it's a dwelling unit, all in the same structure. So there's no requirement that it have a separate living room. What we refer to as living facilities are basically places to sleep, cook, eat, and bathe.
Mm-hmm. However, we could clarify this so that it makes clear that we're not creating any additional requirements in the definition from a statutory interpretation standpoint, or
right.
Staff or layman or later reading it. I think that sentence could be, however you suggest cleaning it, clarifying.
And we will replicate that language in the definitions section as well.
Great.
Okay. Commissioner Winters.
Just to clarify, when we're talking about the components that make this so, I'm concerned that if we're saying that what is it, a lockable area, that's an option as opposed to being necessary. Because the language that was just shared saying that it's typical but not necessary, and it could include those variables, but they don't necessarily have to do that. I think the lockable area is a necessity, an option. A lockable entrance is the correct terminology.
Well, the sentence as it reads would and maybe we can add something to this to make it a little more clear. There's the typically includes, which is the living room, sleeping area, kitchen, and bathroom, and have a lockable entrance door. So the lockable entrance door would be a requirement, but if there's some suggested language we can put in there if you want to see that as a requirement, then we can certainly do that.
Commissioner Lampman?
To that point, maybe it's accessory dwelling units must include a lockable entrance door. And then whatever the language is in the UDO regarding the ability to bathe, cook, and sleep. And may include a living room at the end of that. But I mean, maybe even it just says, maybe you just take out a living room and say ADUs must include a minimum of a sleeping area, kitchen, bathroom, and have a lockable entrance.
Right.
Because it seems like the living room is throwing the sentence off, and as well as the term typically.
Maybe for simplicity, we could simply reference the definition dwelling unit that's in chapter 12.
That would make sense.
And
does that definition?
We don't have to tell people that there's typically a living room if they don't want to have.
Okay.
Yeah, we can delete we can delete that second sentence and just let the definition of dwelling unit in section 12 suffice.
Commissioner McIntosh?
And I'd just like to add, I'm fairly certain the North Carolina Residential Building Code will apply to ADUs. Is that accurate? So that some of these things we're talking about are actually covered in the building code.
Yes.
Would it be helpful at this time to read the edits that we made to this section so that we know what we have now, or should we just move on for now? That's a question for staff.
I would appreciate a clean reading of this to make sure we have everything that captured that we need to.
Okay. Who could do that for us? And before you do that, Commissioner Tomasulo, did you want to add something?
I was just going to say, isn't it just deleting that one sentence? But
okay. So that covers definition, accessory dwelling unit regulation, regulation. So are there any other questions on this piece, or shall we move on? Seeing no, Commissioner Lampman?
I'm sorry, just for clarification, was staff going to take a Word version and just quickly mark it up for us to know what that looks like?
I think that would be useful.
Yeah, we can make the changes.
I didn't catch the change to the first sentence, but I mean, the cleanest thing is to delete the second sentence that we were just discussing as far as defining independent and subordinate.
One suggestion might be we just delete that entire clause, starting with but is used, and delete the next sentence and just say an ADU is a self-contained dwelling unit located on the same lot as principal dwelling and meets the requirements of section 11.
I would support that. Does staff have any?
Okay, so that was an accessory dwelling unit is a self-contained dwelling unit that is located on the same lot as a principal dwelling and meets the requirements identified below or reference the section.
Yes.
Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Yes.
And then strike the second sentence.
Correct.
And then are we leaving internal in for the basement or above the garage?
I would think that that would go down below as well. The dwelling units may be detached, attached, or internal.
I'll note the final sentence in this subsection C definition is more of a policy thing than a question for staff, but only residential uses are permitted in the ADU. If house applies for and receives a permit to be something other than a residence, then it would make sense that the ADU could also be used for that purpose. So as opposed to having in the UDO that anything that was built as an ADU could necessarily not be re-permitted, but it has to go through the permitting process anyway. I am going to address that later, but that's sort of redundant with some of the other items in section D as well. So just wanted to sort of bookmark, circle back to the question.
Okay, shall we move on to section D, accessory dwelling unit regulations, which I think we've had a lot of comments on all these specifics. Yes, Commissioner Miller.
Section 1D1A, could you clarify what the goal is of the sentence as written? I believe that when we spoke in committee, staff said that the intent, it said when attached or internal, the living space of the ADU of the accessory dwelling shall be no more than 50% of the gross floor area of the total principal dwelling. At the text change committee meeting, the staff said that the intent of that was that it essentially meant if it's attached or internal, then it will be smaller than the principal dwelling. So 50% of the total dwelling was supposed to try and clarify that. Is that in fact the intent of that sentence?
Yeah, the intent is that it clearly be subordinate to the accessory to the principal dwelling, and that it have an area less than what is permitted or less than what the principal dwelling has. And there's also in that chart the maximum permitted area. So even if you had like a 2,000 square foot home, it could still be no more than 800 square feet. So there would be that ultimate cap of 800 square feet on any one accessory structure. So it is intended to be easy identifiable as accessory to the principal.
Gotcha. But the purpose, the intent of that sentence is just to say that it needs to be smaller, not smaller than 100% of the principal dwelling, not smaller than 50% of the principal dwelling.
Yes.
Okay. And would that same requirement apply even if it were detached? If the goal is to make it subordinate in all cases?
If detached, it would still be subject to the size requirement that you see in the chart.
Yes, but trying to pull out the definition of subordinate, if we're trying to say that all ADUs must be smaller than the principal dwelling, if that's the intent, then I would suggest in section 1A, striking when attached or internal, since all ADUs have to be smaller than principal dwelling. And then saying, using the defined term gross floor area instead of living space. So just an ADU located on the same lot must meet one of the following. The gross floor of the accessory dwelling shall be equal to or less than the gross floor area of the principal dwelling.
That change can certainly be made, but it will have the impact potentially in some areas of further limiting the size of a detached ADU beyond what the living area cap is in the table. under row H4. And if that's the intent, that's fine.
I was trying to pull in the definition of subordinate that you always want it to be smaller than the principal dwelling.
So if you had a lot and you had a relatively small house on it and you wanted to add an ADU to the back of the property, you might be required to have less area. This is, I guess, a question for Ken. Would that potentially mean you'd have to have less square footage for the ADU than even at the moment the text change is allowing? So it might be less than 450 square feet.
Yeah, I mean, I think, okay, so let's say I have a 10,000 square foot lot, and although this would be very unlikely, my principal dwelling is only 1,000 square feet. My detached dwelling under the ordinance as drafted could be 700. Under the ordinance as proposed, it would be capped at 500. Now, it's probably pretty rare for a lot of that size to have only 1,000 square foot principal dwelling on it. Probably in most cases, the principal dwelling is easily going to be twice or more what the numbers are in table under the lot specifications, row H4 in the table. So it probably is going to very rarely have a particular impact. I think that the reason why the draft originally looked at the attached or internal was simply to avoid this turning into a duplex or an attached dwelling by virtue of having two similarly sized dwelling units in the same building, which is regulated differently in the code than an ADU is. But whether that's necessary or should apply to the things, are certainly valid things for debate. But yes, what you said was true.
Thank you. Commissioner Tomasulo?
Yes. So I guess a take on this, which does start to pull in the chart below H4. I guess maybe this is more so for kind of speaking about kind of my logic or lens on this to the rest of the commissioners is, I think that the goal for us, at least my goal in this, is so that we can create something that gets some of these built in the next year. I've done a lot of research in other cities, and very rarely are more than a dozen built the first year that any of this is created, just because of all of the things that you have to do to get something built. And I worry a little bit. I know that when things are murky and challenging to understand, it holds things up at development services, it holds things up in permitting, and then there's clarifications needed, et cetera, which that's why we're having this conversation. But I feel like, if we're all in agreement that this is something that's important for our community and net positive for our community, I feel like a general living area that's the same for everybody makes the most sense. That's how almost every other community does it. And one instance, so right now it's a range of 450 square feet to 800 square feet, depending on your lot size. You could have a 450 square foot ADU over a garage in an R10, which would have the same building mass as actually probably more building mass than an 800 square foot accessory dwelling unit in a half-acre lot. And I guess I don't know why that one individual should be able to have a living room and dining room or a living space on the ground floor with sleeping up top. And then in R10, you have to have a garage, or you could only have a garage on the ground floor and then have to put all of the dwelling unit components upstairs. I don't know if I'm being totally clear, but basically an 800 square foot structure would be allowed in both instances, but on a larger lot, you're allowed to incorporate more of that square footage as a dwelling versus not. And that's one of my fundamental issues with this. And I feel like it'd be much simpler if it's just saying, we go by square footage. That way, when you're submitting a permit, we don't have to do any sort of calculations or anything else except this is a structure that we're building and this is how many square feet it is and this is what's in it. And I mean, that might be radical, but if you look at all the other cities across the country, it's not. And that's just my approach. I feel like we should be making simpler, more accessible, more transparent policy and not trying to construe things, to manipulate things, to limit certain things and not others. It should be simple. You know, it should be all encompassing so that everyone has the same ability to do, to take advantage of those possibilities. And I also do feel like as long as we agree to and amend the setbacks, as long as we're meeting the setbacks that any other house might meet, you know, it seems reasonable. You know, we can get into more discussions, but I just kind of wanted to like lob a little bit more of like a higher level policy point there, because we might be able to avoid some of this.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller, I think for me, it might be useful if you want to read what you had, what your suggestion was for section 1 so that we can move on to section 2 if there's no further comments.
Yes.
Item 1.
Perfect. Item 1A, to Matt's point on the living space, as opposed to comparing living space to gross floor area, just compare gross floor area to gross floor area. Is that the goal? Matt, would that address this issue?
Sorry, I didn't hear all of that.
Section 1A says that currently says the living space of the accessory dwelling must be less than the gross floor area of the principal dwelling. I would suggest amending that to the gross floor area of the accessory dwelling has to be smaller than the gross floor area of the principal dwelling. So making sure we're using the same defined terms, gross floor area in both cases.
That seems to make sense.
Okay. So the way that I would read it, the new section 1A would say, the gross floor area of the accessory dwelling shall be equal to or less than the gross floor area of the principal dwelling. So striking when attached or internal, comma, striking living space, striking no more, striking 50% of, and striking total before principal dwelling.
I think Nicole's had her, Commissioner Bennett's had her hand up.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. I think I'm affirming what Commissioner Tomasulo said. As we were going back and forth about the lot size and the square footage, I just want to make sure that the ADU is a benefit that can be realized by people regardless of what lot size or size house they have. So I want to make sure we're not creating something that makes it impossible for someone with a smaller lot or a smaller house to have an ADU. Because if we're trying to diversify options and trying to expand affordability to certain homeowners, then I want to make sure we're not excluding homeowners. And we are making it as simple as we can for everyone to be able to take advantage of the ADU. And I realize we have to make sure that we have quality, but we want to make sure that we're not making the language such that we are indirectly excluding people. So I think I'm affirming what Commissioner Tomasulo was saying, that we want it as simple as possible, and we want the benefits to be realized by as many as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions or comments for item 1B? Oh, Commissioner Miller?
Yes. And I think Commissioner Lampman had a question before me as well.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Lampman.
Oh, thanks. I just want to make sure to, I think maybe this is already satisfied by referencing the code, but that to Commissioner Bennett's point that regarding quality, I know that in the affordable housing industry, there's a lot of regulation about quality of housing. So I just want to make sure that maybe somewhere in here we can put that the definition of dwelling is to be included or referenced. Again, that might go back to the bathroom, the cooking, and the sleeping area. But my concern is I don't want anything that's going to be too small where then it's really not quality living standards. I think if we reference the definition of dwelling elsewhere in the code, that might satisfy that. I'm just not sure.
Thank you.
And perhaps in the chart might be a good place to address some of that as well when they're talking about 450 square foot maximum limitations and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a maximum, so what's the minimum? I mean, if I were really, to take advantage of the system, what if I made like a 150 or 200 and had the bathroom and does it need to have running water and that sort of thing? And I assume it would, but I don't know if we need to reference another section of the code to just ensure that.
You could. I do think that the building code has specific requirements for habitable space. So you have to meet some minimum dimensional requirements and health safety.
Would we be able to reference that point so that it doesn't look like a standalone?
Yep.
It's just a thought.
And that may fall under the definition of accessory dwelling. Maybe just say as defined by the building code if we need to say that. Or dwelling unit, excuse me.
I'm fully supportive of that. I think that satisfies my request. Thanks.
My 1B comment, it initially says, shall be constructed on a permanent foundation and not be a manufactured home or movable structure. There's a large movement right now to create sort of elder prefab homes specifically used for accessory dwellings that are fabricated offsite and then later affixed to the foundation. And so I want to make sure as we are trying to figure out the best way to incorporate EDUs that we don't accidentally limit our ability to use a housing type that is meant for this purpose. So my alternative would be, instead of saying constructed on a permanent foundation, so it shall be affixed to a permanent foundation. And then the second half of the sentence, and not be a manufactured home or movable structure. The manufactured home, some of these prefab sort of elder accessory dwellings might fall under that definition. I was going to see if I could get some clarification from staff. I understand that what this is pointing to, and what language, additional language for the second half of that subsection could we include to clarify that we're okay with prefab homes that are later affixed to a permanent foundation while still eliminating the other types of homes and structures that is the intent behind this section.
If we were just to strike manufactured home and say constructed, and affixed a permanent foundation and not be a movable structure. So once it's set on that foundation, it's no longer movable. Could that work?
I think that sounds good. So shall be affixed to a permanent foundation and not be a movable structure.
I would support that, yeah. Commissioner Lampman?
Regarding tiny homes, if that's the case, would you be able to affix a tiny home to the permanent foundation? Some of those, to Commissioner Miller's point, can be manufactured offsite. If it's attached to, that might then qualify.
Commissioner Tomasulo?
I was going to actually ask Ken I mean, most tiny homes are on trailers. You can't really keep someone from having a trailer in their backyard. It just wouldn't be called an ADU. Is that correct?
I think there is a thing where you cannot just park an RV in your driveway and have someone living in it, like with a hookup for utilities. But I can't recall exactly where that's handled off the top of my head. I just remember that coming up at one point.
But if a tiny home if it's not on wheels, for example, and it's attached to, because if it's manufactured off-site, some of those are really nice. They're really high quality.
I mean, I think, the
no
commission needs to make a decision as to whether manufactured and prefabricated structures should be allowed as backyard units. And if the answer is yes, then you would need to strike this text or modify it. But that's really a policy question. And it sounds like at least many of the commission members are leaning in that direction. And I agree that there are probably innovations already in place and coming in this regard. The medical cottages that were referenced earlier there was a state statute requiring all North Carolina communities to permit those that was passed a few years ago.
Commissioner Fox?
Hi, before Commissioner Fox speaks, this is Travis. Could I add a comment really quickly? And sorry you can't see me on camera, but the term manufactured home in this context and in the context of the code itself is synonymous with trailer. And so we use that throughout the code for the MH zoning. So there's a difference between the manufactured home and a modular home, which is what I think y'all are referring to. Modular homes are assembled off-site and then brought onto the site as a kit of parts, for instance. So the text as drafted would allow for that. It would allow the modular homes to be assembled and brought over, just for clarification.
Could we add that clarification to the text change? Would that be helpful?
Well, I think the point here is that the language is written to reflect that. So for the folks that understand the architecture and the language in the code, it makes sense because it connects to other terms used throughout the code.
Thank you.
Would we still have to change the constructed on a permanent foundation versus affixed to a permanent foundation for modular?
That's a good clarification, just to acknowledge that it could be assembled offsite and then brought to a foundation. I think that's fine.
I think shall be constructed or affixed. Constructed on or affixed to works.
So just to read the manufactured home definition as it currently exists in Chapter 12 of the UDO, a structure transportable in one or more sections that is built on a permanent chassis and designed to be used as a dwelling with or without permanent foundation. The term includes mobile homes, park trailers, travel trailers, and similar transportable structures placed on a site for 180 consecutive days or longer, and intended to be improved property. So I think, elaborating on Travis's point, a modular home where the components are manufactured off-site, is assembled on-site on a foundation, does not fall under that definition. However, a thing that is entirely assembled on-site and pulled on a trailer and then affixed to a foundation would, I think, meet the definition of a manufactured home as currently in the UDO. On the other hand, the fact that there's a whole special zoning district for manufactured homes and really targeting what I think is the most widely used type of manufactured home, which is what we would see in manufactured home parks, we would have to be careful about this definition if we wanted to allow trailer homes that are carted in on entirely assembled on trailers as ADUs.
What's the pleasure of the commission, Commissioner Tomasula?
I think as long as we can be guaranteed that prefab homes that are brought in and affix the foundations and have, go through permitting, through plumbing and everything. I see the logic in keeping manufactured home in there.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions on this section? All right. Item 2, there shall be no more than one ADU on the same lot as the principal dwelling. Any opposition to that or questions about that? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 3. The ADU shall not be allowed within a cottage court development. Any comments or opposition to that? Commissioner Tomasulo?
Yeah, I mean, my full understanding that the cottage court is providing smaller, like more units at a smaller scale on existing zoning. I guess for me, thinking about the needs in our community and having more options, I guess since there is a specific size limit to cottage court development of 1,800 square feet, I guess I don't necessarily see why, if a development meets those standards, why an ADU, you couldn't have a 1,200 square foot principal structure and 600 square foot ADU in a cottage court. And some of the rationale is more so for kind of a more diverse housing mix, as well as like increased ways to afford housing or sustain housing. Whether it's, a child and their spouse with their aging parent, or a family of 4 with 2 high school kids. I guess I start to see it's like I don't see the family of 4 with 2 high school kids actually seems a little bit more intensive of use than, say, a couple with an elderly parent who needs their own independent living. And so for me, I guess it's also very top of mind because I'm trying to deal with that with my father. And so I guess I just ask that we consider things like this. I feel like it's a net, you can't subdivide it or anything else like that. So what's it matter if there's an additional cooking facility on the ground floor? That's kind of my thoughts, but I'm open to feedback.
Okay, so are you recommending, are you saying that you recommend for item 3 to strike that?
I would, but I really welcome any other thoughts or feedback or positions.
Commissioner McIntosh.
I agree with Commissioner Tomasulo on principle, and I guess when I read that section, I was under the impression that cottage court probably wouldn't have enough square foot area on the lot to support another unit, but I guess I don't see a reason to restrict people in cottage courts from building ADUs, along the same lines that Commissioner Bennett was mentioning earlier, that if we're wanting to make this an available option for everyone, then that's, the direction it needs to go.
And I do think from studying the cottage court so much, I think you're right, Commissioner McIntosh. I mean, there are so many constraints that if you do have like a little bit more space and you can like have, I think that it's going to be hard to build the full square footage, for most cottage courts. I see Commissioner Fox shaking her head too. I know she's interested in this. But I think that where maybe you can't get as many units or something. You can have smaller ones and accommodate more. I just feel like it creates more opportunity and creativity, still within a very, very confined box.
Commissioner O'Haver.
I would support Commissioner Tomasulo and Commissioner McIntosh if it meets the minimum requirements. It makes complete sense to me to strike that if we can meet the minimum requirements.
Okay. So I'm going to make a note here that we would like to strike item 3. If anybody on the commission disagrees with that, this would be a great time to weigh in. Okay, then we'll move on to item 4. It shall be occupied by no more than 2 adults plus minors. Any opposition to including that, or comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to.
I had one question about that.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes, how does this intersect with the UDO's definition of a family?
It's different. If you want the ADU to be regulated by the definition of family, then you wouldn't put that in.
I've just tried to pull up the definition. It looks like they have to be related if you are by blood or marriage in a family. Is that correct?
My understanding of the definition of family, and I don't have it in front of me, and I apologize if somebody has it quicker than I do, it more defines the maximum number of non-related people.
So,
than the number of related people.
I've got it here. It looks like I was trying to pull it up. In the UDO, it's page 484, if that's helpful. It says an individual or 2 or more persons related by blood or to the 3rd degree lineally or the 4th degree collaterally, marriage or adoption, living together in a dwelling unit, or a group of not more than 4 persons, 1 or more of whom is not related by blood, marriage, or adoption to the other. A family may include 5 or fewer foster children placed in a family foster home licensed by the state of North Carolina. I know in committee we went back and forth about how to describe this here, and it struck me afterwards that based on this definition in the UDO, that it might make sense to say it shall be occupied by no more than 1 family and tie it back to that definition. I'm not sure what the implications of that would be. I just wanted to make sure that we understood how it intersected with that definition.
Commissioner Winters?
I'm the one that actually took ownership of this. The concern was more so not family, the definition of family, but as was stated in terms of the adult space and having space that can address the number of people that are within. Because as you can see before, it says no limitation on minor children. The concern was that there would not be the adequate space for the number. There would not be an adequate space, or there would be basically too many people in a space. My concern was more so predatory housing, what that looked like. So trying to address that. The issue, and I'm somewhat surprised that the issue of the definition of family is coming up, because the family is whatever a person decides it to be. That seems to be another conversation that I'm uncomfortable having, but just more so the structure of 2 adults, whatever their relationship is, and a number of children that can be accommodated within that square footage.
Okay, Commissioner McIntosh?
And I guess I was probably not reading this section as closely, and I'm just I guess what we're saying in the UDO is that a house would be limited to 4 roommates. As a person who's had roommates in the past, I'm, kind of not sure how this would apply to me in my living situation in the past. And is this saying you can only have 4 roommates? Is that
I think
part
it's
of
saying
it?
you can only have 2 roommates and any associated children.
Okay. Because I'm just wondering if, and you know, supporting Commissioner Winters, if we're defining who can live together in too limited of a manner.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Bennett.
I agree with Commissioner Winters and Commissioner McIntosh. I'm a little uncomfortable if we're trying to define what a family is. I'm more comfortable with saying the number of adults, the number of children, however they consider themselves. You know, I wouldn't want to impose my idea of family on someone else. Again, we're restricting who can live in the ADU. I'm more concerned that we have the appropriate number of people so that we don't get overcrowding, but I'm uncomfortable with using the term family and trying to define it.
Commissioner Tomasulo?
I agree with all 3 previous commissioners and think that the language as written is more clear and more inclusive.
Commissioner Miller?
I would just affirm all of that as well. I was just looking for some clarification on how this intersected with the definition of family within the UDO.
Okay. Are there any other questions, comments, or discussion? If not, what I think I hear the commission saying is that we'll like to keep the language as it is. All right. Moving on to item, let's see, 5. If attached or internal, it shall be independent from the principal dwelling unit. Commissioner Miller.
So based on the previous changes we made, striking this sentence since it's addressed elsewhere.
I see Commissioner Fox thumbs up. Any other comments, questions from commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we are recommending to strike item 5. Item 6, it shall be accessed by an independent external entrance. Any comment, Commissioner Miller?
Have we made a determination on whether we're going to pull out internal structures from this definition?
I'm a little unclear on that myself. Commissioner Tomasulo.
Personally, I do not think that we should pull it out because from a lot of the studies across the country, internal ADUs are a very valid and important part of that building typology.
And I think you had given the example of the basement ADU.
Correct. Now, I do think it's valid that we can say that it should be accessed by an external entrance, by a lockable external entrance. Building on what Commissioner Winters said previously, and I think that the word independent, just as mentioned previously, is confusing.
So are you suggesting it should say it shall be accessed by a lockable entrance?
A lockable external entrance.
Oh, external, sorry. Lockable external, and strike the word independent.
Does that mesh with our conversations previously?
I think it does. I actually have a question to that, and am wondering about shared entrances where you might enter into a common space and then move into your independent, living spaces. Would that
like a vestibule, like in a vestibule?
Yes.
Ken?
I think the original idea here was that for it to qualify as a separate dwelling unit, you needed to be able to go to access the whole thing without ever entering the main dwelling unit. So, if someone converted their basement with a bedroom and a kitchen, but you had to go upstairs to use the bathroom, that wouldn't be a separate dwelling unit because you'd have to go through the main unit in order to fulfill all the functions of a dwelling unit. I think that some sort of language talking about it having its own separate means of ingress and egress and it functioning independently is important for it to be considered a dwelling unit.
So if the ADU and the primary structure had a shared vestibule, that would meet the criteria.
There are many apartment buildings that have such shared spaces, for example. So
yeah,
it'd be interesting to see this retrofitted in an existing house, but if you had a vestibule and inside the vestibule was a independent entrance into the ADU and another entrance into the main dwelling unit, and they were both lockable, and I could get in the ADU without treading across any part of the rest of the dwelling except for the vestibule. I mean, I'm making an on-the-fly interpretation here, but that would probably meet this definition because they would be independent. In the same way that if I had a shared outdoor space, like a porch that you would cross with two separate doors on the front of the house, those would still be independent units. So, but if that vestibule is clearly part of a living space, then I think that's different. But if it's just an entryway and a means of accessing doors that are internal, I would believe that would meet the definition of independent.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Miller?
I just wanted to iterate that same point. I think it's probably even less obstructive in terms of looking at the neighborhood and the external appearance of the house. If there's only one exterior door that then opened up and then had other doors, if you're trying to maintain the look of the neighborhood and make it feel more like an ADU. So not only trying to make sure that it's permitted here, but potentially even encouraged. Perhaps we could call it out specifically that it should be, and I'm sure it needs to, this type of internal portico, foyer, whatever it is defined in the UDO. So if we could call that out and say it's accessed by a separate external entrance, either directly to the outside or through and then define term, whatever that portico is.
Okay.
Okay. So you're saying to add to that sentence, add as defined.
To find whatever that additional defined term is in the UDO that describes the shared entrances.
I think I've got that. Okay.
I want to add too on this. This was a comment that we received from an external person, but I wanted to make sure it was voiced here. The whole idea that it needs to be accessed separately. If we're trying to encourage, especially say these types of basement apartments or that kind of thing for an elderly parent, and we're trying, and essentially what this does, as opposed to changing the definition, like right now, if you have a basement, you can't put in cooking facilities without it turning into another dwelling unit. So if the point is to have your elderly parents come live with you, even if it's a totally independent dwelling unit that has the eating and sleeping facility, or the bathing and sleeping facilities, you can't put in cooking facilities today unless you somehow dug out an external entrance for that parent. And because they would have to walk through the principal dwelling in order to get there. So that limitation exists today is what the external comment came through. So in that case, if we're trying to expand access to ADUs in this type of alternative housing, why would we, in this case, say that continue to limit the ability to have independent living just because you have to walk through the principal dwelling? It's more of a policy question.
Again, once you have an accessory dwelling, it may not be used by a family member. It may be used to rent. We have certainly had in the past landlords who have used rather creative approaches to carve out multiple rental units in buildings where that was not supposed to be allowed. I think what we're trying to get at here, I mean, if you have a family member living with you and you coordinate and you have a part of the house that doesn't have a kitchen but has maybe a bathroom and a TV room and a bedroom, and you share the kitchen, that's fine. But there's no 2 units. That's all 1 unit, you know, and that's an arrangement that you've made in terms of how you're using the space in your house. Once we have an ADU, that's available to put out on the private market for a rental unit. And I think in that case, we want to make sure that such units that are being rented are meeting some standard of being an actual dwelling unit, as opposed to simply renting out rooms in a house where that's not supposed to be permitted in the zoning district.
Okay. Oh. You have your microphone off, Blaney?
I just wanted to just then comment and just make sure that we understand that if we move forward with including the section about the separate entrance, then that would mean that folks could continue to not put in cooking facilities in their basement for, unless for their elderly parents or otherwise, unless they somehow also built an external door, which may be something that we want to do. I just wanted to make sure that we we're all aware of those implications.
Well,
is that right?
You're saying that you could not put cooking facilities in the basement?
Right. That would that turn it into another dwelling unit?
No, because you don't have you haven't checked all 3 boxes. You don't have you don't have space divided up in the house where there's an independent unit that you can cook, bathe, and sleep in. So, but if you do have that, then you've met the definition of a dwelling unit.
So I was just assuming that you could also sleep, bathe in that area.
To my knowledge, there's no prohibition on how many kitchens you put in your house.
Okay. Commissioner Fox?
Just to follow up on that, I believe if you have free flow between the 2 units, it's not actually considered an accessory dwelling unit. Also, if you do have habitable space in that basement, you would likely be required to put additional egress in anyway. And that's to meet building code. But I do know that that's allowed. That's my current living situation with a free flow unit with an elderly parent.
And I think that egress can be achieved through a window.
It can.
Okay, so for item 6, it shall be accessed by a lockable external entrance, and then we've asked to add some language as it's defined in the EDO. Does that work? Okay. If there's no further comments on that, seeing none, let's move on to item 7, shall not be sold apart from the principal dwelling unit. Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Miller. And
I just wanted to note the word sold. A property can obviously be conveyed in a number of ways other than sold. If the point is that we can't subdivide the property or convey them separately, perhaps tweaking that language.
So to strike sold and put convey?
Conveyed or whatever is the appropriate term in this case. I believe the point of this is to clarify that we can't subdivide the 2 properties.
Would it be okay to say sold or conveyed?
If I could, this is David York again, if I could suggest that we reword that to say ownership of an ADU shall not be transferred apart from the principal dwelling unit.
Ownership of the ADU shall not be transferred. Say that again, please.
Ownership of the ADU shall not be transferred apart from the principal dwelling unit.
Thank you. Okay. Is everybody in agreement with that language for item number 7? I see some thumbs up. Seeing no hands, we will move on to item 8. It shall not be used for overnight lodging. Any questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Tomasulo?
I guess just a statement that, you know, I think we're going to be talking about a text change, you know, in a few months that deals with commercial uses in residential districts. And so I think that it's appropriate to deal with it then and not now. So fine with it.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller?
I would second that. And I suspect that once that comes down, we'll also have a definition for overnight lodging. I know we looked at that in committee and there was not a clear definition there. If we're talking about short-term rentals, that kind of thing, overnight lodging, since it's not defined, could create a number of vague instances where can I have my friend spend the night there? And if we're trying to say right now, the closest definition is a hospitality house, which we could change that definition to. And so I would support Commissioner Tomasulo in saying that we should perhaps strike that here, but make sure we footnote it and we'll come back to address it and how those should interact when we address short-term rentals and the permissibility in the principal dwelling.
Thank you. Commissioner Winters, did you want to speak?
I'm still absorbing what Commissioner Blaney, see right there, Miller, just said, because my concern is this being used for short-term rental. And to be clear, so when we talk about that later, it will come back and readdress this. Okay, automatically. Okay, thank you.
And I guess just to clarify, overnight lodging, and maybe Travis can confirm this, but is the general category for commercial uses related to overnight lodging, which short-term rental is one of them.
That's correct. Overnight lodging is a use category in the code, so it is a defined term, and that includes things like bed and breakfast facilities, short-term rentals, hotels. So it is a category that contains many sub-uses. I think the intent behind the inclusion here was to prohibit that type of use in an accessory dwelling unit. If the commission wanted to strike that, you certainly could do it. It's a larger policy issue, but it has different impacts.
Okay, Commissioner Lampman.
So would it be obvious to the principal owner that like they could have guests that could come and stay there, just friends?
That's correct. That's not overnight lodging.
If that's the case, that I was mistaken, then I withdraw that comment.
So to summarize, are we saying that we just would like to keep the language as is with no added comments or footnotes? Commissioner Lehman.
Can we reference the section in the code that Commissioner Tomasulo was referring to?
Sure. Is that the
use table?
I'm sorry?
It might be a use table.
Oh, I'll need a little help in including that then. Commissioner, who else wanted to speak? I saw a few hands up. Nobody? Okay. So for item number 8, it shall not be used for overnight lodging. Do we want to add any additional footnotes or language to that?
Is it, sorry.
Commissioner Winters.
Thank you. Will it be redundant? If we're trying to dissuade overnight, short of family, friends, things like that, is it redundant to say for profit?
I think because overnight lodging is described in the use table as commercial, I don't think you need to do that. I think just by using the term overnight lodging, that's going to throw people to Chapter 6, where the use table is. I think that's how that will be interpreted by staff during review.
Thank you for that clarification. If there aren't any other additional comments or questions, we'll move on to item 9. It shall not be used as a live-work unit. Commissioner Miller.
This comment refers to, in order to be a live-work unit, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that a principal dwelling to be used as a live-work unit would have to be separately permitted anyway. Is that the case?
Live work requires a separate approval process, which occurs through the Board of Adjustment. So there's a distinction between live work and a home occupation. Home occupation is you've got an office in your house and you might work from home, which we're all familiar with right now. But you don't have people that come to visit you. You don't have external employees that work from your home. It's simply performing a business act from a small portion of your house. Live work requires a special use permit from the Board of Adjustment. It allows you, the homeowner to have up to 2 external employees that visit the house every day and work from the house every day. It allows you to have external guests or clients every day. So the example I like to use is like a small hairdresser that might like to have a couple of additional chairs. People come and get their hair cut every day. So there's a higher bar there for approval with a live work unit.
So if that is the case, and if you have to go through approval process, and if the principal dwelling could get through during that process, is there a reason why we shouldn't allow the ADU to also be subject to that approval process?
It's just at this point a policy decision as to whether or not that activity is appropriate for the accessory dwelling unit.
Commissioner Tomasulo.
I guess a response would be is that if the principal structure is possible to do that, then there shouldn't be any need for the ADU. And I guess I'm viewing this as focused on housing.
I would support that. Any additional comments on item number 9? Commissioner Winters.
I just want to also echo what Commissioner Tomasulo said, because the way this was presented and promoted was for lodging. So just taking that reference back to how this whole thing started.
That's a great point, and I agree with that as well. And I want to mention, as I'm presenting several of these comments, these are the ones that I've collected from folks. So I'm really presenting them here for discussion as opposed to advocating for any specific point. But I agree with both of you on this.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Miller. Okay, so it sounds like we're in agreement on keeping item 9 as is, and we will move on to item 10. It shall meet all relevant standards and requirements of the UDO, including without limitation, those for accessory uses and structures as provided in Article 6.7, accessory uses and structures, and with the exception of section 672C5 and table 67D2. So what it looks like to me is this is the chart. We'll be looking at the chart next. So with that in mind, should we just go through the chart from the top all the way through and work our way that way? Okay, Commissioner Miller?
Sure. Before we get to the chart, just section 11, I pulled out that section of section 6.7 of the UDO, the accessory uses and structures. So that would apply to other accessory units such as garages and that type of thing, and tried to go through every single sentence and try and figure out which ones of those we were trying to say would apply to ADUs. And and in that section 6.7, it appears to me that every clause and subsection is either directly already explicitly stated here, or so it's either redundant with what we're putting in here, or it's directly contrary to what we're putting in here. And so, or it's inapplicable to to these structures. So I would suggest, actually, instead of trying to figure out that, you meet all these requirements and then suddenly you have to jump over to 6.7 and see which one of those apply to you, when in fact they're either redundant or don't apply to you, would suggest that if staff agrees, and if not, open to that as well. But if staff agrees, that then just striking that as well. And so just saying it'll meet all the relevant standards of the UDO, provided, and to clarify that ADUs are not subject to section 6.7 of the accessory uses and structures. And staff may need to do some additional review of that question.
Thank you. Are we waiting on some input from staff? Commissioner Tomasulo. Your microphone is off.
I think some other people had hands up before me.
Thank you. Sorry, I was looking down. Commissioner McIntosh?
Yeah, I guess to Commissioner Miller's suggestion, it's not that I disagree, but I'm wondering if in the context of how the UDO works, it makes sense to keep a reference to the table in case things in that table changes, so that edits to the table would be automatically incorporated rather than having to also go in and edit text in this portion.
Thank you. Commissioner Tomasulo?
Yes, I was curious why in the accessory, sorry, I'll put my hand up, why the accessory structure language under 6.7 D2 was only included in, I guess, am I not reading this correctly? So are both, there's D1 and D2 under 6.7.2C. And this says table 6.7 D2. Is that a typo? Should it be D1 and D2? This is to staff, I guess either Travis or Mark. Because if it's meant to include both the floor area and footprint standards, as well as the height and setbacks, then it should be D1 and D2.
Yeah, and I'd defer to Mark as to the intention behind the exclusions here, but I think at the base level, you're right, there's a typo in that cross section. It looks like it just states 6.7.D.2. It's missing a number in there, and to your point, it's also missing a cross reference to D1, which contains setback standards.
And I guess the continuation of that, once I guess we get an answer, is like some of the I just didn't know if any of the okay, I guess that was really my only question.
Okay. Is there anybody else who had their hand up? And one request that I would make, receiving a few text messages, if it's possible to, if you're comfortable sending it through the chat as part of our meeting, it's a little helpful for me to track. I'll just be more responsive, that's all. And thank you for that. Also, I just wanted to pause here and recognize that we have other cases on this agenda. We have a fairly full agenda. We've been at this almost 2 hours, and wanted to first just recognize that we've got folks waiting to speak on other cases, and we will work as diligently as we can to get to you. This is an important case, and this is our one time that the commission has to review this as a full body. So we are spending quite a bit of time on it, and I just wanted to recognize that. I know that other folks are waiting on other cases. Okay, so item number 10, which was 11, is now 10. Before we move into the chart, am I hearing that the commission is okay leaving the language as is with the references to section 6.7? Commissioner Miller.
So no, I think that we should strike that. Once you start looking at 6.7, it has a number of additional rules related to setbacks and that kind of thing that are either redundant or contrary to what we're putting in the chart here as what the setbacks are, and other use limitations, or it's inapplicable. It's talking about garages as accessory units, that kind of thing. So my suggestion would be since I know we have to vote on this today, just for staff to put in a note, because it's a lot to review line by line. If staff is comfortable reviewing this between now and when it's sent to council, that give staff discretion to insert a recommendation on whether to say that it should not be also held to be applicable to that section, in particular section 6.7.1 and 6.7.2 altogether.
Okay, can you summarize that for me? I'm going to make a note so I can include it in the summary.
Making a motion that for the new section 10, that it will meet all relevant requirements, standards and requirements of UDO, and then with a conditional potential change that says, provided, however, ADUs shall not be subject to Article 6.7.1 or 6.7.2, and that is going to be based on whether, after staff review, they also recommend that we pull out that as well.
Okay.
I think just another note to build on that, zooming out, it's just there was a lot of accessory structure language created in the last year or two, and most of it contradicts all of the setbacks, height, everything that we are applying. And honestly, I think that this falls in line with when permitting one of these, this could cause significant complication.
Yes.
I see Commissioner Fox, who has experience with that, shaking her head.
Okay, so Commissioner Tomasulo, you're saying that you would support recommending that the council look at striking those section 6.7 and 6.72 from item 10.
Well, actually saying that, which we could possibly do it here, but I think it shall, or maybe just that it's excluded from section 6.7, just from accessory structure uses and structure 6.7.
I agree with that too.
Because I'm going through and skimming all the details right now, and I'm not seeing anything, at least 6.7.1 and 6.7.2 that deal with physical, that actually deal with what a permit review will be looking at, measuring, like that seems to me to make sense. The uses I don't think really matter because we're defining it here.
Right, that's why I was saying everything in there appears to either already be stated here, so it's redundant with what we're saying here, or it's specifically contrary to what we're including here. So
Okay.
trying to comply with this and then move over and comply with that one also can be a bit of a nightmare if staff agrees that there's not. And if there is anything in that section worth pulling out that we need to also include here, then suggest just pulling out that one sentence and including it here.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So for item 10, I think this is what I'm hearing, to keep the shall meet all relevant standards and requirements of the UDO, including without requirements, and then adding the ADU shall be excluded from accessory uses in section 6.7. And if that's not correct, if you will tell me what it should say.
So it shall meet all relevant standards and requirements of the UDO, provided, however, ADUs shall not be subject to Article 6.7.
Okay. Shall, yes, excluded from, or shall, yeah. Okay. Does anybody, is anybody opposed to that or have additional comments? Commissioner Lampman.
To Commissioner Miller's point, though, if there's something else within the code that needs to be applied here, would it be to say, and I don't know the legalese, but something where, but not to be contradictory to the chart below or items listed herein? I'm not an attorney, so I don't know the exact language.
So maybe retaining and table 6.7 D2, isn't that what the chart below is?
Our chart here will be slightly different. So that would, to your question, I believe that saying that it will meet all relevant standards and requirements of the UDO, that would clarify that it must obviously also meet all of the requirements of this section, just not in addition the requirements of section 6.7. But it must also meet the other requirements of the UDO, like the ones about exterior lighting or, any of the other rules that apply to these types of structures elsewhere in the UDO.
Actually, I mean, maybe it's just, it shall meet all relevant standards and requirements of the UDO with the exception of section 6.7.
Okay, can staff give us a hand here? It'd be helpful to have this, let us look at this so we know what it is we're proposing. Commissioner O'Haver?
Yes, I would just like to support Commissioner Miller and Commissioner Tomasula. What they're saying makes sense, in my opinion. When you're referencing multiple areas of the code, especially when they're contradictory, that puts burden on staff to make decisions. And so I think the request of staff to take a look at those two sections and confirm what Commissioner Miller said makes sense to me. So I just would like to let the group know that.
Thank you. So my understanding is what is being proposed is that it shall meet all relevant standards and requirements of the UDO and not accessory uses and structures in section 6.7, and that we ask staff or council to review those sections for continuity and agreement between the different sections. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. If there aren't any further questions or comments, we will delve into the chart. Seeing none, Commissioner Tomasulo. Your microphone's off.
Sorry. So to keep it succinct, I think that the description in E should just match what we discussed from section where we defined it. I guess I'm not even sure why that needs to be there since we defined it previously. Again, keeping things simple, or if we're going to copy and paste the same language, it should be the same language. I also thought it said it was allowed in all districts, but I didn't see DX here. And I guess I don't, knowing that there's a few historic neighborhoods that are with DX zoning, I don't know why those would be excluded. So I would recommend adding DX. Unless staff and that an ADU is classified something differently in DX, I don't know. Applicable lots, I think we should strike because it's already talked about previously.
So let's go through just item by item, if that's okay. So
Okay.
for section E, are we in support of matching the language of this description previously mentioned, or are we requesting that we delete it? So if you are in favor of just matching the language from above, I guess a show of hands. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. If anybody is not in agreement with that, we'd love your feedback now. Okay, seeing none, that's what our request will be. When we'll move now to section F, which is districts allowed. And Commissioner Tomasulo has asked the question, why not include DX? And I guess that's a question for staff. Is that correct, Commissioner Tomasulo?
Sure.
Okay.
This is Travis. I would agree. It's easy to add and it should be added there.
Thank you. Is anybody not in agreement with adding DX? Seeing none, we will add that. The request would be for section F is to add the DX. Section G, applicable lots. Any questions, comments from Commissioner Miller?
Mine, I see in my notes, it's actually a comment from Commissioner Tomasulo, so I'll let him ask it.
I just, I don't see a need for this. I just feel like it should be struck.
I would support that. I see some thumbs up. Is there anybody on the commission who would be opposed to striking this section? Section G. Or not, yeah. Okay, seeing none, the recommendation would be to strike section G, applicable lots. Moving on to section H, lot specifications. So give me 1 second here. I'd like to pose a question just on the onset a little bit as more at a policy level before we get down to the specifics of feet and inches and such things. I guess the question would be, should there be specifics on lot sizes? Should there, as a commission, do we Should there be a set, I'm sorry, I'm babbling here. Should there be a minimum lot size required as shown in this chart? Commissioner Tomasulo.
I feel like the conversation we had earlier kind of clarified that idea that really no lot should be excluded as long as the normal like health and well-being setbacks are met. And so I guess both lot size and depth, I guess I don't really understand the logic of having it in here, since we clarified earlier that any lot, even if non-conforming, I know that Travis mentioned something about subdivision, but I guess you'd still need a minimum lot size to subdivide into a single family to a detached home lot, and you'd have to meet those standards, and that this is separate from that, at least the way I interpret it.
Any comments from staff or feedback from staff on that? Okay.
This is Ken. It does appear that the applicable lot language in the table is somewhat in conflict with the language earlier in the text change that says any lot developed with a detached house or a attached house can have an ADU. So I'm trying to think of when this language would apply, maybe to a vacant lot that didn't meet the dimensional standards and you were trying to bring the house plan and the ADU plan in at the same time. But obviously a workaround would be build the house first and then come in with your ADU plan, because the language before allowing them on any lot that has an detached house on it would kick in.
And building on the conversation earlier, I just feel like going through permitting, this could create some real significant issues with interpretation.
Well, I mean, I think the interpretation is simple. This would, the UDO's Chapter 1 states that when the code has a conflict, the more restrictive applies. This would override the language earlier in the text change.
And I'll add to, in section D1A, we already include some gross floor area restrictions. So that's already addressed previously as well.
Okay, so for section H1 and H2, we're recommending to just strike those for area and depth.
Yes, and potentially also striking H3. That just creates confusion.
Let's move on to H3 in a second. Okay. I see thumbs up, so yes. So H3, Commissioner Miller, you're recommending to strike the dwelling units allowed maximum per lot?
Yes, I think we already make clear elsewhere that there's only one ADU permitted per principal dwelling. And this might add some additional, I think it's clear elsewhere.
Commissioner McIntosh.
I apologize. I just need clarification on which document we're looking at. I'm looking at the TCC edits highlighted that was in our agenda today. And was it just on the table as the section H you're talking about? I was looking for a section H in the text.
It's the table.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I would support striking it and just leaving it as described above. I think that's pretty clear. If anybody is opposed to striking H3, we welcome your comments now. Okay, seeing none, our recommendation will be to strike H3 and reference language above. H4, living area. Commissioner Tomasulo.
Again, I certainly welcome other thoughts, but I guess I kind of brought it up earlier. The idea that in doing research, most other, not even outside the state, inside the state, most other municipalities all treat ADUs the same. Most of them are at the 800 square feet. I'm sure that that's where that was kept and why it was done, and really see no reason, as long as you're meeting setbacks and the other language provided earlier about it being subordinate or smaller, that there's no reason that all of them just shouldn't be the same size with the same max as 800 square feet.
I would support that as well. And just to make sure we're clarifying that that's gross square feet. And I would even go a little bit farther and maybe make a recommendation that council consider increasing the 800 square feet. Commissioner Lampman?
McIntosh was first.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Commissioner McIntosh.
Yeah, so I came on the commission at the last meeting where we discussed the previous iteration of this, and I had the impression that using living area, and of course this happened after trying to speak coherently. I had the impression using living area rather than gross square footage was to allow a larger ADU where the cap was going to make it difficult to do an ADU if you had a smaller home. So going back to the idea of equity and allowing ADUs in a variety of circumstances. And so I guess I'm seeing moving it to gross square footage as potentially limiting, but I also recognize it would be good to use consistent language. So I'm not sure that I have an opinion one way or the other which direction it should go, but just wanted to point out I thought that was probably intended to allow a larger unit as a positive thing.
I think I would support gross square feet in that I think it'll be difficult to enforce living area. And it's not really that consistent with the floor area calculated elsewhere in the UDO. And that's why I would also support increasing that 800 square feet and asking council to take a look at increasing that. Commissioner Lampman, thank you. You've been waiting a while.
This might be too extreme, but I think that we may have already addressed this above by saying not more than the size of the principal dwelling area. I don't know if we even need H4, do we? With the setback requirements and everything, I don't think we even need it. And it would allow for the flexibility.
I agree.
It's a good question. Commissioner Tomasulo.
I guess some of it, then, that is contingent on the setbacks and the height limitations and other things. So I'd be hesitant to, it's a little bit of a, chicken or egg thing. Because yes, if you have if you have to set back and meet impervious requirements and all this other stuff, you can only have so big of a footprint. But I guess I would also just think about the perception of these and that this is something that's like grounded in a lot of other precedent in other communities. A lot of them are shifting that. But I guess without setting any expectation, I'm a little hesitant to just release that without setting other expectations for people about what this could be.
So you are suggesting that we do keep some square footage guidance?
I guess I'd say
tabling it until we confirm some of the other constraints that would otherwise impact that.
Okay. Commissioner O'Haver.
Can I just clarify Commissioner Lampman's comment? Was the request that we use the 50% requirement that we spoke about earlier on in the meeting to dictate these maximum living areas? I'm asking a question.
Yeah, essentially the definition that we had above, I think it was 1.A, so section D or whatever it is, section 2D1A, where we state the shall be no more than whatever the floor area, that naturally dictates the size limitations.
Does that make sense to you, Matt?
So honestly, like, I think that defeats the purpose of the size limitation, because that was only for attached or internal. And
the proposed amendment was to strike the when attached or internal. So just
okay. So I guess what that does is if we only abide by that, and through my lens, we are, I guess I see this as an access and kind of equity issue. It's like, hey, yes, people can build huge houses, small, people have different capacity. I don't necessarily agree with just because you can build a bigger house, you should be able to get a bigger ADU. And I think that's what this opens it up to. It also really limits anyone who's in a smaller, older house or a historic house that, is 1,100 square feet or 800 square feet, and so I don't know. I guess it sets, in my opinion, it sets some expectations. If it needs to go a little bit bigger, it can, but it starts to continue to provide benefit for the more capacity that you have.
Right. But to clarify, the most restrictive would apply. So it would either have to be smaller than the principal dwelling or smaller than this lot than this specification. So adding this would only restrict the size further. It would not potentially create larger ADUs.
Commissioner O'Haver.
Yes, I understand. The 800 square feet is the cap, Matt. So someone correct me if I'm wrong, that's the cap regardless of how big the house is. But I do agree with you that if you have a smaller house on a larger lot, you should not be restricted to a smaller unit. So that being said, I would like to support you in that, and also Commissioner Hicks to look at, I think gross floor area is going to be easier to measure to the point of living area, but I think we should look at increasing those. That's my perspective.
Okay. Does any we're not exactly making motions for each one of these at the moment, but does somebody want well, I guess I will. That's my role. So I've heard a lot of dialogue of yes, including the maximum square footage, and no, not including it. I think I've heard more feedback saying that we should keep section H4, provide the square footage as maximum gross across the board, which at this time shows that it's 800 feet, and request from the council that they look into increasing that square footage. Is okay, I get some thumbs up.
I'm fine with that.
Does anybody have questions or opposed to that? Okay. Seeing
I'm sorry, this is Mark Holland. Just to clarify, this would be 800 square feet max across the board, or no more than 50% of the gross floor area? whichever is more restrictive. Is that what we've agreed upon? Or just a flat 800 square feet?
A flat 800 square feet.
And just to clarify too, in the previous D1A, we changed it to 100% of the gross floor area of the principal dwelling, not 50%.
And do we want to increase it from 800 to like 900 or 1,000 square feet based on Tika's comment of increasing the max?
Since we'll be using gross floor area instead of living area, I would support that.
I guess I would just like, for whatever is decided, that we ground it in some sort of research that I know we have to have about what other communities are doing. I can certainly lead that. I just want to make sure that we're grounding it with some logic based off other findings, because we have never done it here, but a lot of other cities have a lot of experience with it.
I would agree with that, and I think that's maybe that would be the reason for requesting or recommending that the council look at what that increase could be. Okay. Seeing no further comment, we will move on to section I, building setbacks. Commissioner Lampman.
Just a quick comment to Matt's point. I was just looking up AARP, the ABCs of ADU. Generally, they're measuring it between 600 and 1,000 square feet.
Thank you. That might be nice to include that as part of the record that you brought those stats to our attention. Okay, I, building setbacks. I think that a big picture question might be, as a commission, do we support the building setbacks being equal to the setback of the primary structure, or less than the setback to the primary structure? And then I guess thirdly would be greater than. So I guess is there anybody who would be opposed to setting the setbacks equal to the primary structure, or have questions or comments on that? No. Seeing none, are there any commissioners that would be opposed to or have questions about making the setback for the ADU less than the primary structure? I would actually support looking into that. I think as a development pattern, the ADU can benefit from not necessarily from potentially being on the edges of the property. We received in our materials a very nice and complete and concise report from an architect in the community, Michael Stevenson. He sort of graphically represented why that might be a useful development pattern to consider. I don't know, has everybody looked at that report that was in your packet? I'd be happy to pull it up and run through it quickly if folks wanted to. If you feel like that's not necessary, that's fine too. But I would recommend, I would support either keeping the setbacks equal to the primary structure and then requesting from council that they look into making the setbacks less than the primary structure and reference that report that was in our materials. Okay, I see some thumbs up. If anybody has questions or opposed to that, we'd love to hear from you. Seeing none, we will leave it at that. Oh yes, Commissioner Tomasulo.
I was just seeing this now actually, but I did, I guess it's I1. I guess to me that seems contradictory to an internal
Yeah.
or attached. I guess I don't see any need except perhaps must be behind the front face of the primary structure. But couldn't you even have an ADU that's side by side? I mean, I feel like I've seen that in a lot of other communities. So I just, I don't know if any other of the planners here have, in their work, have seen anything like that, but I just say strike I1.
This is Travis. I think for the intent of this regulation was really meant for detached structures and not for accessory dwelling units that might be attached to the primary structure. In my mind, that just becomes part of the primary building setback. So if you were to strike I1 here, what that means is someone could put an accessory dwelling unit in front of a detached accessory dwelling unit in front of the primary structure. And if that's okay, if that's the decided outcome, then you would just strike that line in the chart.
Well, I don't think that was what anyone intended. So help me, like, but by being behind the rear wall of the house, if you have a basement, that's not So you're saying this chart is only for detached?
Right. I think the intention behind this chart was to acknowledge detached structure standards. Right. So your building setbacks and your height later on in the chart, this relates to your detached structure only.
It might be simple just to put for I1, detached structures must be located behind the rear wall of the house.
Yeah.
Or even adding that just to the previous D, 1 through 10, since it's not differentiated based on the headings of that chart, just pull it out and say, if it's an external ADU, must be located behind the house, behind the rear wall of the house.
Yeah.
That too.
Okay, so what I hear Commissioner saying is they'd like I1 to read building setback from primary street, detached structures must be located behind the rear wall of the house. Is that correct?
Or just pull it out and put it under section D. Make it the new D11 if detached must be located behind the rear wall of the house, since this chart isn't really necessarily the best place for this.
I think maybe D10. Make it D10 and then the other one, because D11, or the last one should reference the table.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner McIntosh.
I actually think keeping the table, keeping the setbacks for the ADU in the table makes sense. I think it's implied that if the ADU is a part of the primary structure, that the primary structure's offsets would apply. So I don't really see a problem with listing offsets for the ADU in this table. If, like Commissioner Tomasulo was saying, if there was a lot where you wanted to have a ADU adjacent to the primary structure, I guess that's another issue, but I don't really see a need to differentiate and say it's a detached ADU, because I think that's understood, or I understood it anyway.
Okay. Are you in favor of moving this language from the chart and putting it as part of D10?
I personally think it's easier to look at the offsets in the chart.
Yeah.
I actually agree with that as well. Commissioner Bennett.
So, yes, I agree with what Commissioner McIntosh just said. I read it and I understood that it applied to detached units. And I also looked at other ordinances and it seemed consistent with what I saw in other ordinances, and it didn't seem to be causing any confusion or any issues. So I'm fine with leaving it as part of the chart.
Commissioner Tomasulo.
Do you think it'd be helped to, or it would help to clarify if just saying detached ADUs must be located behind the rear?
continually just think about submitting for permit, and someone reads this literally, and like, you know, they don't allow a basement or something else.
I'd support that.
So you're saying, clarify for me what you're suggesting, Commissioner Tomasulo?
Basically leaving I-1 where it is, but just adding detached ADUs must be located behind the rear wall of the house.
Okay. I think that's where we were before that, and I'm getting a lot of thumbs up. Commissioner O'Haver?
Yeah, I would just like to confirm that in dealing with the code, the more specific we can be, less interpretation. You have one staff reviewer that may read that to imply detached, but you will have another reviewer that does not read that. And so I would recommend we leave it in the chart and we add the text that Commissioner Tomasulo requested.
Thank you. Okay. Any further comments, discussions, questions? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to, actually, I don't know if we discussed I-5, if that was an issue for anybody, but a distance from an alley. I would like to recommend, and it's a little bit connected to parking, which is coming up shortly. But I would like to recommend just keeping it at 2 feet and then linking it. Well, I think that would be related to parking, you know, if you were or were not required to provide parking. Commissioner Tomasulo.
So keeping it at 2 or 20 like it's written?
No, removing the 20. Commissioner McIntosh. Oh, your microphone's off. Thank you.
So I think Director Bowers might have addressed this in an email. I wonder if a footnote could be added to explain that 20 feet is kind of a standard dimension for a driveway.
Commissioner Tomasulo?
I feel like one of the comments that I read, this applies if you're accessing, if you have parking associated with it.
This is Mark Collin. Yes, that's correct. It's if you have parking for the accessory structure, that is the minimum width that you need to have a standard parking space. It's just so a vehicle does not hang out into the alleyway.
And so if you're looking at this chart and you see 2 and 20 and you have an alley and you want to provide parking, it would send you somewhere else so that you would have the clarification that the 20 is related to providing a parking space?
It would essentially say you can be 2 feet, or you can be 20 feet, or 21 feet, or 22 feet, but you can't be 18 feet, or 10 feet, or 7 feet off of the alley.
Okay, thank you. I've gotten some feedback from the public that the 2 and 20 is confusing, but I hear what folks are saying is that that's to cover if you're providing a parking space, doing it in such a manner that it is adequate.
Right.
Commissioner Tomasulo?
I guess the one thing to clarify, maybe this is for you, Ken, I mean, what if you're up against an alley and aren't going to provide a garage and you want to build it 5 feet from the alley? Would this restrict you from doing that?
Yes.
Oh.
And that seems like there needs some clarification.
Absolutely. Commissioner McIntosh, I saw your hand up.
Oh, I was just thinking that whatever the clarification is, it might be handled well in a footnote. That was my only.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Haver?
I was just going to suggest, because it is confusing and I deal with the code on a regular basis, I think if the intent is for it to allow parking but not have the parking sticking out, I think we need to just clarify that. To Commissioner Tomasulo's point, if we don't have parking, you can't put it 5 feet. That seems extra confusing. And so I would just suggest, very similar to the way we just dealt with I-1, that we add language to clarify that.
Okay, would you like to propose some language?
Let me work on that.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like Roberta might have some language.
Roberta, Commissioner Fox.
That's okay. I was going to throw Haver a life jacket here. One, I'm not necessarily in agreement with the prohibition of creating a garage-less ADU along an alley that's not allowed to be 5 feet. But that piece aside, one way we could deal with this language issue of the 2 or 20 feet is just break I-5 into 2 separate rows. Distance from alley when no parking provided, distance from alley when parking provided.
I think that's a good suggestion. I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up. So distance from alley if providing garage and distance if not. Okay. If anybody is opposed to that, we'd love to hear from you now. Seeing none, we'll make that change to item I-5, distance from alley, by splitting it up into 2 rows. Next item is J, which is height. Commissioner Miller.
I received this comment from the Development Services Advisory Committee. They said that I know that the goal of this and of a lot of other issues, places where height is addressed, is that they want to make sure that we're allowed to put an ADU on top of a garage. And the comment from DSAC was that at 25 feet, the height was inadequate to cover a modern garage plus an ADU structure and a roof, namely because older garages could be shorter because cars were smaller, and modern garages now have to be slightly taller to accommodate modern vehicles. So changing 25, the suggestion is to change 25 feet to anywhere from 26 to 28 feet.
Okay. I would support increasing it to 26 feet. I would also add that also in that report that was submitted to us by Michael Stevenson, he had a little graphic on the maximum envelope for an accessory structure, and maybe add to that a request for council to review that and take into consideration adding a sky plane where it's located next to the property line of a neighbor, so that you aren't, impeding light, view, and air from your neighbor necessarily. Commissioner Haver.
Sorry, can you, I'm looking for Michael Stevenson's report in the stuff I downloaded. Can you just tell me the name of that file so that I can find it? Sorry.
So thank you for asking that. We received it as part of an email to the entire Planning Commission. It's possible you weren't on the email at the time that it went out.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So you're welcome. So the slide I'm talking, we can just run through it real quick. This is typical development pattern without an alley, with an alley, with a shared drive, and it's showing basically having the more minimal setback, allowing for view, clustering of accessory structures, a different type of clustering in different scenario. And this is the undesirable outcome of increasing the setback, which was currently in the text change, and we've said at least at a minimum to meet the setback of the house. By pushing it into the lot, it really blocks the view. And so that would be an undesirable outcome. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is the slide for the accessory structure maximum envelope. And what he was recommending is at a certain wall or eave height, providing a sky plane at the property line adjacent to a neighboring property. And this would be to, help maintain light, air, and view for the neighbor. And Brian, I wish you had the whole report. Someone can send it to him. That would be great. There's a lot of photographs in the report that illustrate kind of what a successful structure can look like in a variety of settings, and what a not successful structure can look like to the neighbor in a couple of settings as well.
Teak, if I could though, I think what you're recommending is that we increase this to 26 feet and then suggest to council that they review this. Is that what you're suggesting? If that's the case, I can look at this after the meeting and can support that recommendation. So
yeah, yes, that's what I'm recommending, unless the commission is interested in discussing the maximum envelope today. And I can't see all the commissioners now, so.
I have just a general question to Travis or to Ken. What is the, I should know this, but what is the 2-story height requirement in the UDO?
So there is no 2-story height requirement. The height districts start at 3 stories. So for residential structures and residential districts, we generally have a maximum height of 3 stories and 40 feet, although accessory structures must be shorter than that. I think the maximum is 25 feet.
Thank you.
So not really seeing any support to discuss the maximum envelope today, and in the spirit of trying to keep this moving forward, I would recommend that we increase the height to 26 feet and request that the council look at the report submitted by Michael Stevenson and provide some guidance on a maximum building envelope. And I'm getting some thumbs up. All right. All right. With that, we will move on to section 6.
Can I ask just a quick question?
Yes.
I had a question, and it's just for this section, and maybe it's somewhere else in the UDO. Will the ADU be required to have a separate address for mail? If there is, personal items that are coming through, does all the personal mail go to the primary residence, or will we have a requirement where the ADU needs to have a separate address?
Staff's understanding is that it will have a separate address.
Commissioner,
the reasons for that too is emergency response. If there's a call from the property, they want to know which unit the medical issue is in.
Commissioner Tomasula?
And I do not want to go down go through a field of weeds, but I just for knowledge, I do believe that the Postal Service has really limited a lot of ways that you can address, at least for mail purposes and legal address purposes, has limited it. So I assume that there'd have to be some sort of localized way to do that. Just, so it might be recorded through the city as a second address, but I don't know if from a parcel standpoint it would be able to.
Okay. I'd like to pause here for a second because it's 11:45 and we're still on our first item. I think we're pretty close to getting through this. To a couple of things. Yes, Commissioner O'Haver?
Yeah, Tika, I want to clarify the reason for this is because we're not able to extend this, right? We have a deadline on this of this week. I just want to make sure that that's clear. Is that correct?
That is correct. Additionally, we've not had text change committee meetings due to coronavirus and not having access to virtual meetings for that. And so we're essentially having that meeting here today.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, one, I was clear and that I know there are folks from the public who are waiting to speak. And so I just want to make sure that there's this sort of understanding of what we're doing here today. So
thank you for that. Yes, and I apologize for those that have been waiting patiently through this. So to that point, a couple things. One, I would like to ask if commissioners would be willing to stay a half hour longer past 12 o'clock to help get this wrapped up, and also the parking requirements, which I'm hopeful will go much quicker. Both of those have a deadline of today. If we don't discuss them, they'll go back to, I think my understanding is they'll go back to council without our recommendation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So would folks be willing to stay a little bit longer to make sure we get these off our plate? Thank you. Do we need to take a vote on that? No. Okay. Another comment, if Travis is still with us, just to let him know that if he has tried to text me, I have not received any chats or texts. And then the second thing would be, I'd like to leave a few minutes before we adjourn for committee members to be able to speak. And then also of the zoning cases that come behind these two text changes, are there any there that require an extension to be heard at the next Planning Commission meeting if we don't get to them? Are there any of the cases behind the first two text changes that would require a request for extension?
I think staff's looking into that right now. I hear that
Z47
will need an extension.
I guess we could come, let's see, we could come back to that once we know what the information is.
Z8 needs an extension, but the other zoning items do not.
Z8 has a June 22nd and Z47 has a June 22nd.
47 should be okay. I believe the deadline is actually the 23rd, which is the next meeting.
Okay, so is the conclusion that there aren't any cases that need an extension?
Z820 does need an extension if you do not act today.
Okay. So the 820. Maybe we can vote on that once we wrap this up. Does that seem like a reasonable approach? First, okay, thank you. Getting some, and just to let folks know, one of our commissioners will have to leave at 12:15, but I think we'll still have quorum, so we should be okay. Okay.
The Z820, the deadline for action is August 10th, and so we would be able to discuss it at the June 23rd Planning Commission meeting, right? So we wouldn't need an extension.
I'm relying on staff to guide me on that. I'm gonna let staff look at that and confirm, and once we wrap up this text change, I'll just check in and make sure we don't need any extensions. So we are on section 6.
Just quick, as a matter of procedure for the rest of this, one thing we could do quickly is move the new text change about mezzanines to refer that to the text change committee meeting next week. So that one could at least make that motion to move it out to the committee before we adjourn at some point.
Okay, thank you. That would, if you will make that motion once we wrap this up, that would be great. Okay, so we are on section 6. Any comments or questions for I guess that's just striking the dwelling unit overlay. I see some thumbs up. Seeing no comments, we will retain striking the accessory dwelling units overlay and move on to section 7. Any comments, questions on section 7? Seeing none, we'll move on to section 8. Any questions or comments? That's just directions, really. Section 9. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we will move on to, section 9. This is relating to proximity to transit. Commissioner Tomasulo.
So I guess, yeah, so where does it, am I lost as to where it talks about parking besides proximity to transit?
That's a question for staff.
The parking standards, this is Mark Holland. The parking standards are listed in the UDO under the parking requirements. So this would, the standards in the general requirements would be applicable here unless they are within that distance that's identified in section 9 of this draft code. So they would be required to provide parking unless they under the general code, unless they are within the parameters of section 9 here.
So there's no mention, okay, that is why I was confused. So we pretty much talk about everything else in this and don't refer to anywhere else in the code in the UDO except for this one.
So yeah, section 9 says, section 9.3, let's see, section 9, which would be section 714A2.3, no vehicle parking is required for an accessory dwelling unit with a main entrance that lies within 1,320 feet of an operating transit stop or stops with service from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., where the service intervals are no longer than 15 minutes during peak commute hours. Commissioner, I don't know who had their hand up, Commissioner McIntosh or Commissioner Tomasulo? Commissioner McIntosh.
I was just going to say, my understanding was this was just an exception for this building type. And I think the statement in, we talked about earlier, D10, ADU shall meet all relevant standards and requirements of the UDO, that would include parking, and that this statement is just an exemption to that parking requirement?
Correct. I think so. Commissioner Tomasulo.
So just so everyone knows, in 7.1.2.c in the UDO, it says that there is one space required per accessory apartment, backyard cottage, which that language seems different from anything else that we've discussed today, 1. 2, I talked to Jason Meyer about this language about about not having to provide parking relative to this language, and there is nowhere that you can measure this anywhere. And so, and he actually said, because bus line and bus line frequency, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but we don't have any of that information in GIS. And so it makes it incredibly difficult to ever thread that needle from a footage standpoint. Just bus stops, let alone frequency of bus stops. And he also said that I think there's only two actual lines that would ever even meet this standard in the city.
Would it be, would you be willing to entertain an amendment that might say some, rather than being 1,320 feet and 15-minute intervals, change it to, adjust it up to just a half mile from any transit stop?
If, I mean, personally, I think that a lot of other communities' feedback would support this. I don't think that we should include that. I think that ADUs should be exempt from parking. When we voted on this last time, everyone was in a lot of us weren't in agreement about a lot of things, but we were in agreement about that. When we did send it off to Planning Commission, to City Council. I personally feel like it puts significant undue burden on the ability to add these. And if parking on the street is an issue, which is a public right, everyone has rights to the public streets, then there can be resident or tenant permits designated if people end up not having parking spaces, which is done in, I know, some of the neighborhoods that you all live in. And so I would just offer the idea of not providing parking, especially since a lot of where this housing is needed and is already exists, there isn't parking for it, and or they're older, tighter neighborhoods that adding parking where either they don't have any already or it'd be really challenging is, would just be very constricting. I guess I could understand doing a half acre to any bus stop as as a happy medium, but I was just curious to hear other people's thoughts about just excluding parking in general.
So I think what I hear is a recommended amendment to remove parking requirements for ADUs. Commissioner Miller?
I agree with that. It's not feasible in older neighborhoods, and if we're really trying to make this an equitable situation where all folks, regardless where you live, should be allowed to have this, then it would essentially eliminate a lot of that possibility in some older neighborhoods. And then in addition, when ADUs are specifically used for elderly parents, or as they've been called, granny flats frequently, or disabled persons, in both cases, they might not be people that drive. And so making sure that we have access to these accessory dwelling units for the elderly and disabled that might not have any driving requirements is also something that I want to make sure that we don't create an undue burden on creating an ADU under those circumstances.
Thank you. Are there any other further comments or questions? So what the amendment is for section 714A23 is to strike it and therefore removing parking requirements for ADUs. Okay, I see some thumbs up and no hands up. So
I think the language, we'd actually have to change it to just say no vehicle parking is required for an ADU.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Tomasulo?
Sorry. I don't think I meant to put my hand up.
Okay, no problem. Okay, and in which case we will move on to section 11. Any questions, comments? Commissioner Miller.
This section 84C2 is with respect to subdivisions and site plan standards and what the rule is when you're building a new street within a subdivision or site plan. So it doesn't seem to be related to ADUs. I'm wondering why it's included here.
That's been removed.
That whole section 10 is removed?
Yeah, it's not in the version that's on the it's on board docs. It was included apparently in error.
Okay.
Okay, my apologies for not clarifying that. So I actually meant what was section 11 and now will become section 10.
I see.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on section, I think most people are reading as section 11. Seeing none, we'll move on to section 12. Any questions or comments on that? Commissioner Miller.
Just going to say this is echoing the same comments we've made previously. So just amending this section so that it's a copy and paste of the definition of ADU.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further hands up, we will move on to, I think we can do sections 13 through 19 altogether. Are there any questions or comments on those? Okay, seeing none, it's time for a motion. I can do if commissioners feel the need for me to summarize everything that we've gone over, I can do my best to do that. Or I would be welcome to entertain a motion based on our conversation.
I have one additional comment. I just want the very first comment I made at the beginning about the district density applies and larger lot sizes are required. We had said that the point of that was to say that you couldn't convey or transfer the ADU separately from the principal dwelling itself. And so since that has now been addressed separately in section D, going back and looking at that sentence, district density applies and larger lot sizes may be required for an individual building type. Since again, if staff said that the point of that was to say you couldn't subdivide the lot and transfer them separately, if you guys think it's sufficiently addressed elsewhere, if we could go back and strike that sentence.
This is Travis. Actually, that section applies to all lots in the city. It's not just specific to ADUs. So if you strike that sentence, that means any lot could be created of any size.
I gotcha. I missed the section reference. Okay, great.
So Commissioner Miller, are you just saying to leave it as is?
Leave it as is, yes.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And I guess I would ask for some guidance from staff. Can we just make a motion based on the dialogue we've had at the table? Do we need to reiterate all the items that we've discussed as part of the motion? Can you give us a little guidance on that?
If everybody's comfortable with the changes that were requested, you can just make a motion to approve with the changes discussed.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the commission? Are we comfortable with that? I'm getting some thumbs up. Excellent. All right. Do I hear a motion? Commissioner Miller.
I'll make a motion to approve this text change as discussed in this meeting.
A second?
Excuse me, we still need a consistency statement.
Sorry.
And a reasonableness statement.
Yes.
Just like you would a map amendment.
Gotcha. So I move to approve this text change as discussed at this planning commission meeting because it is it's reasonable and in the public interest because it's overall consistent with comprehensive plan and the goals, the policies of expanding housing choices in the city.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Fox? Your microphone's, yep.
Second.
Thank you. So let's see. All right, so we have a motion and a second. I'll ask Shanitha for a roll call of members to record their individual votes, and at the end of the roll call, I'll announce the outcome of the vote.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Commissioner Tomasulo?
Aye.
And Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. The motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so before we move on to parking requirements, I just wanted to circle back around to staff and make sure if there are any cases that we need to ask for an extension to have them heard at the next committee meeting.
I think staff notified us that we do not need any extensions for the zoning cases.
Thank you. And my apologies for, not making enough progress to get through that today, and appreciate the applicant's patience in while we're trying to get through some of these text changes, and we appreciate their time and apologize for the delay. The next item is case number TC1A.
Quick chair.
Yep.
Real quick, if it's the intent of the commission to continue the zoning cases, the remaining zoning cases to the next meeting, you may want to go ahead and do that so people can drop off who are wanting to speak on that. Otherwise, I think they may hang on with the hope that they may get a chance to speak. And I don't know if you all are intending to hear any of those.
Thank you.
I'm not suggesting you not hear them. I'm just saying if you're not going to hear them, you will go ahead and release them.
Commissioner Tomasulo?
I was just going to ask, the fact that it is June, what our schedule is, because it kind of came to my I was just prepping for the next few months and realized that we might be on break. And so I wasn't sure what the implications are of not hearing some of these cases that have been on the docket for a while.
Thank you for that question. And I would follow up with, is it an option to, and would the commissioners be willing to set up a special meeting to help catch us up on some of these cases before we take our summer break? I'm seeing thumbs up. Okay. So first things first, do we want to, see some hands up. Commissioner Winters.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt your thought, but I was going to ask, since everyone's been so patient during this time, is it possible we can hear them, to hear their comments, or is that out of the order? Is that too out of the order of how we would do it? Just to give respect to their time, since we weren't able to get to that part.
So I think part of our challenge is that TC 1A20 parking requirements will go back to council with or without a recommendation if whether or not we hear it today. So we may run out of time for that, unfortunately. Or if the commission is willing to stay longer and staff, I'm getting some head shakes no, that may be a big ask for everybody to stay on. I think Commissioner Miller, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to make a motion to move these 3 rezoning cases to the next meeting and the text change to the next text change committee meeting, the text change on mezzanines, if we're ready to do that.
Yes, I think we are. Do I hear I have a motion from Commissioner Miller?
And I'll clarify, I make a motion to move the 3 rezoning cases, Z1719 Capitol Boulevard, Z4719, and Z820 to the next full planning commission meeting, and to move text change TC 720 to the next text change committee meeting on, I guess, next Tuesday.
Second.
Was that Commissioner Lampman?
Winters.
Winters, thank you. Sorry, I was looking away. We have a motion and a second to move the zoning cases and the text change for mezzanines to the next, the 3 zoning cases on our agenda to the next commission meeting and the text change for mezzanines to the text change committee meeting, which is all those in favor. Is there any discussion? Sorry. No discussion. All those in favor say aye. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I'm out of order. Shanitha, I guess you're supposed to take a roll call to record our names. Or vote.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hicks,
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver,
Aye.
Commissioner Tomasulo,
Aye.
Commissioner Winters.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. The motion passes. Commissioner O'Haver?
Can I just clarify before the folks from the public hang up? Are we going to discuss our upcoming schedule? When does that occur in this meeting? My understanding was there was a break coming up, but I think we should consider. I think you had suggested, Tika, that we discuss that. When does that occur in this process?
Well, normally that occurs at the end, but since we're bumping up close to 12:15, and I think, we agreed to stay until 12:30. I don't know if there's any flexibility or desire to stay a little bit past that. I would like to get through parking requirements before we adjourn. I'm happy. So I think you have a valid question. So I'm going to bump ahead to that just so there's some clarity about what we're working with. So our next meeting, as scheduled, will be Tuesday, the 23rd at 9 a.m. And it'll be our last meeting if we don't have a special meeting, which we'll be requesting. And the next meeting after the 23rd on our schedule is August 11th. It's the second Tuesday in August.
So is it reasonable to think, and I'm sorry that I'm sort of a little bit new at this, is it reasonable to think that those rezoning cases we can get to on the 23rd? I'm not.
I would like to propose that we ask for a special meeting so that we can catch up on some of these cases. And this is a question for staff. My understanding is council was in support of reinstating the text change committee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that'll free up some of our time moving forward. So when could we have a next planning commission meeting in order to discuss the zoning cases that were not heard today?
So that's a good question. This is Travis. Typically in a normal world, we just need to provide 48 hours of public notice before we hold a special meeting. Since we've moved to a virtual platform, there's a lot more machinery that must be put in place to schedule a meeting. Part of that is to create an ability for people to attend virtually and to speak virtually. And so we've got to create sign-up forms on our website, let people know that there's an opportunity to sign up. So just coordinating the attendees from the outside that want to be a part of the meeting is a bit more of a challenge. So doing a special meeting any sooner than a week from now might be a challenge. If we wanted to look at maybe the Tuesday after your 23rd meeting, which would be the 30th, we've got a 5th Tuesday in this month. So we would have a meeting on June 23rd and then a week later have one on June 30th. That might be a good possibility for you.
Okay. I see some thumbs up. Okay. Is there, would it be appropriate? Oh, I see hands up. Sorry. Commissioner Lampman?
I think Tomasulo was first.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Tomasulo.
I was just going to say, I guess that's only if needed, correct? If we can't get through everything, the special meeting
On the 23rd.
Yeah.
That's at the commission's discretion. So if you decide that you would like to have one, more notice for staff would be better. That would ensure a successful meeting. But to your point, I think you're banking on the fact that maybe we'll get through all of the items on June 23rd. That's entirely possible. I would point out we've been at this for 3.5 hours. We've gotten through one item on our agenda today. So you might want to bank on a special meeting.
I would highly recommend a special meeting. I think just the nature of being virtual makes the process just a little bit more protracted. And if we don't need it, I guess we can always cancel it. Commissioner Lampman?
I have two questions. One, I'll follow up on that statement. Can we actually assign certain cases to that June 30? That way people don't hang out on the 23rd, that they know that they're actually going to be coming in on the 30th. That won't waste anybody's time through another meeting.
Yes, ma'am. Staff would actually be very intentional about that, and we would put information on the website that would list which cases will be heard on what dates.
Okay. My only other comment would be, I don't know when the council's going on their break. Does any of this impact their break time in any way? Maybe not. I don't know.
This wouldn't impact the city council break time. They usually will take a break after their first meeting of July, which I believe is the 7th this year. So they would take off the rest of July and then come back for the second meeting in August. The only real impact this has on city council is if you continue to move through cases in special meetings that happen after they have gone on recess, you don't have a place to refer the cases to until August. So all you're really doing is cleaning up your workload and then delivering the caseload to them.
Do we need a motion to set up a special meeting?
That would be helpful.
Okay.
I'll make a motion, Brian.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Special meeting. I would like to make a motion to set up a special meeting. I guess, are we thinking in the month of June? Do I need to specify, David?
I think it's for June 30th.
At 9 a.m.
At 9 a.m.
Yes, you want to specify a time.
I'd like to make a motion to hold a special meeting, Planning Commission, on June 30th at 9 a.m.
As it's a special meeting, we don't have to announce it now. We have to meet the 48-hour notice, and we'll obviously meet it earlier than that, but we have to specifically say what's going to be on the agenda. So staff will work on that before we have to publish things. But if setting the date is all you need to do today.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Miller seconds. There's a motion to set up a special meeting for June 30th at 9 a.m. to hear the 3 cases that we weren't able to hear today, 3 zoning cases. All those in favor?
Wait,
Janitha, do we need to do it as a roll call?
you need to do a roll call, but real quickly, you've already moved those 3 cases to the 23rd. You don't want to move those 3 cases now to the 30th.
Sorry, my mistake.
So the agenda will be created with staff and in communication with the chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I apologize for that. So the motion is to set up a special meeting for Tuesday, June 30th at 9 a.m. All those in favor? Oh, do we have to do it by poll? Yes, we do. Shanitha, can you poll the members? Thank you.
Right screen, sorry. Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann? Is he gone?
He's gone.
All righty, thank you. Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Commissioner Tomasulo?
Aye.
Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. The motion passes. All right.
Any
So
chance we can also address the election of officers quickly, if it's a quick matter as well, so that we can help sort of constitute the remaining meetings and that kind of thing, and responsibility for those before this adjourns? Trying to put that in the agenda.
Thank you. Yes, my question would be, would commissioners be willing to stay on to discuss and vote on parking requirements after we vote on nominations? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's flexibility. Give me a second here to get myself oriented. Just off the top, I think there are a few questions about the role of the secretary, and I wondered if someone from staff could just quickly explain what the responsibilities are for that.
Sure. This is Travis. The role of secretary is defined in the bylaws, I believe. I'm going from memory. As keeping the official record of the body. So traditionally what has happened is someone gets named secretary and they immediately give those duties to staff. That's been staff's role for quite some time. I'm sure there was a point in time at which there was an actual secretary on the planning commission that kept records, but now staff does that for you. So you can, if you're appointed to secretary or elected to secretary, you can just give those duties to staff.
Okay, thank you. With that, before we take nominations, I just wanted to not have any confusion, I wanted to pull my name as a potential chair nomination. And with that, I will take nominations for a planning commission chairperson. I'm sorry. Commissioner Blaney, I couldn't see you. Sorry. Thank you. Your microphone's off.
Thank you. I wanted to say thank you for your serving as chair today. And as I discussed with you offline, I would have absolutely supported and loved to have seen you as chair as well. And as full-time, I understand that that you wanted to pull your name from that consideration. So given that fact, I would like to make a motion to nominate Matt Tomasulo to be the new chair of the Planning Commission.
Great, thank you. So we've received a nomination for chair of Matt Tomasulo. All those in favor say aye. Oh, sorry, I think we have to poll. Shanitha, can you poll us?
Do we need a second?
Oh, sorry. Getting way ahead of myself. Do we have a second? Commissioner Fox.
Second.
So we've received a nomination and a second for Matt Tomasulo as Planning Commissioner Chairperson. And Shanitha, can I, staff, do we need to poll also for this vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All of this copied in, we're changing the agenda a bit. Sorry. Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Commissioner Tomasulo?
Aye.
And Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
Thank you very much. That's unanimous. The vote passes. Yep. Next, we will take nominations for Planning Commission Vice Chairperson. Commissioner Tomasulo.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your support. I also have very thankful for Tika stepping up and totally understand other commitments as well, but done a great job as vice chair. And if you're open to staying vice chair, we'd love to nominate you as that.
Second. Second.
Let's see, who is the second?
Shelley Winters.
Thank you, Commissioner Winters. So we have a nomination for vice chair of myself, Tika Hicks, and a second. And Shanitha, could you poll?
Yeah. Righty. Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Commissioner Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
And Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is unanimous and it passes. And I just wanted to say thank you for your support. I've enjoyed being vice chair and look forward to continuing in that capacity and working with Chair Tomasulo. The next nomination is for Planning Commission Secretary. Do I have a nomination? I would like to nominate Michelle McIntosh as Secretary. Is there a second?
Second. Commissioner Winters.
Thank you, Commissioner Winters. So we have a nomination for Shelley Winters for Michelle McIntosh as Secretary and a second. Shanitha, could you take the roll?
Yeah. Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
Thank you. The vote passes. It's unanimous. The vote passes. Congratulations, everybody. Okay. Moving ahead, we're going to move back to text change. Let me get there. Case number TC 1A-20 parking requirements. And before we get started, I just wanted to, if anybody's still on from the other zoning cases, I just wanted to thank everyone for their patience and apologize for the delay in hearing their cases. And we will work very hard to get caught up in the next couple of meetings. This is a request to amend the UDO and to modify the parking requirements. Keegan McDonald will present on behalf of city staff.
Thank you. Again, this is TC 1A20 parking requirements. In the interest of time, I do have all of the same slides that were presented to the commission on May 26th, and I'm happy to go through them. If not, I can just give kind of the general overview and then open it up to questions if that's your pleasure, whatever your preference.
So I can see the whole screen. I can't see the commissioners. If anybody is opposed to just moving ahead, please speak. Thank you. I don't see any opposition, so that sounds great. Thank you. Okay. So, sorry, since we don't have anyone from the public wishing to speak, I'll allow for questions and comments from the commissioners. Does anyone have any questions or comments? And if so, be recognized to speak. I'm not seeing any. I just had one question related to surface parking, which is section 172D, item D, that's under section 1, maximum surface parking provided. I do support reducing parking overall. I just had a question about the townhouse building type. It says here for single and 2-unit living, multi-unit living, townhouse building type only, and cottage courts for uses providing 10 or fewer surface parking spaces, etc. Parking provided to serve a use which exceeds 150% of the required parking ratios as specified in 712C. And the 712C basically says if you exceed 150% of the required parking ratios, you can mitigate it with either detaining water, providing raised solar panels, or address some landscaped island areas so that you don't have to meet that, so that you can not be required to have additional measures to address impervious surface. And so my only question is, with the townhouse, I think in urban settings, it will probably, from the report, it says that the parking tends to be underneath the units, therefore not increasing impervious surface. And so my understanding would be that this would impact more of suburban settings where you have townhouses. And my question is, if it's exceeding 150% of the requirement, I'm wondering if that's not in conflict with the spirit of the city's desire to reduce impervious area, in an effort to address stormwater control as well. And so that would be a question for staff.
I guess just to give a little bit of background on why that was included, it came up during internal discussions, particularly because townhouses will be affected by this reduction in parking requirements for multi-unit living. And there'll also be a removal of visitor space requirements. And thus, if you have a townhouse community in a suburban context with only surface parking provided, it could very easily trip the 150% threshold for this section, and thus require one of the other mitigation measures. And so we wanted to put it a little bit more in line with some of those other uses that were listed. That was kind of the understanding, and as I understand it, any stormwater regulations would, of course, still apply as well. This is kind of considered a layered regulation on top of that.
So if they're exceeding 150% of the parking requirements, the impact to stormwater due to the created impervious area would be covered by the UDO. Is that correct?
it's my understanding, yes, that the underlying impervious surface limitations, whatever they may be, would still be in effect.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any other comments? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Miller.
I'll make a motion to approve TC 1A20. This text change is overall consistent with the comprehensive plan and in the public interest because it reduces the standards over time as appropriate to promote walkable neighborhoods and increase use of transit and bicycles.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Fox.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve case number TC 1A20 and a second. If there's no further discussion, Shanitha, could you read the name, record our vote?
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Nay, for the same reasons I stated at the last meeting.
Commissioner Fox, how do you vote?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hicks, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Chair Winters? I'm sorry, Commissioner Winters? No. Thank you.
So the vote is, I have 7 for and 2 against. And do we need to identify who voted for what? Oh, I guess you have that, Shanitha, don't you? Thank you. Chairperson Tomasulo.
Thanks. Yeah, I guess I just so for the record today, Chairperson Bennett, are you able to just share some of the details? I was looking through my notes and I'm a little. This would be great to have a recap. If willing to share.
Sure, I don't mind. So my observation at the last meeting was that I am generally in support of reducing parking requirements. I think it's a good thing. But where I see it being most effective is where there's a robust transit infrastructure to support that. I don't think we have that yet in Raleigh. And so I think by reducing the parking requirements without providing viable options for people who may need to park, we may again be indirectly hurting people that we don't intend to. So it's not a vote against reducing parking requirements. It's a vote against doing it before we have the necessary supports in place to provide an alternative to people who need to park.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, thank you for that. So with Commissioner Lampman.
Just, does that go on the record? I mean, would this be like a friendly amendment? But I think we already voted, so just want to understand, because it's a very valid point. And so, I mean, if we revote and we say, a friendly amendment that an appropriate TOD plan be in place, that might be too restrictive, but something to that effect.
Commissioner Miller?
In the previous meeting, and I can check whether it's in the minutes, the sort of counter to that argument was that we discussed at that time was the sort of, it's a chicken and egg problem. Do you have transit first or parking first? And as long as there is still sufficient parking everywhere, there's never going to be sort of the call and the need for transit. And so that this was actually a way to sort of an indirect or semi-direct way of sort of pushing towards those same transit goals, and trying to sort of force that issue to expand the need for transit around the city. So I need to verify whether that was in the previous minutes, but if we would like to reflect that again at this meeting, happy to include that in the notes as well.
Commissioner Lampman?
Just based on what I've seen, and I haven't seen a ton, but cities generally have the TOD in place first. And then I think that what we're experiencing here with COVID, you know, the initial thought of this particular amendment and text change was when we were in a more prosperous state. And now that we've had the effects of COVID and perhaps maybe funding might become short, we might actually be limiting our parking options. And the TOD may or may not ever be in place based on, you know, current financial constraints. It's something to consider, that the tone in which it was proposed before is just a different environment now.
I think Commissioner McIntosh had her hand up first.
Thank you, Commissioner McIntosh.
Yeah, I was also going to say, I apologize. I had not remembered the descriptions Commissioner Bennett had given last time, but I'd like to add, we were talking about differences in townhouse parking today, and it seems like current development patterns are that, you know, more expensive townhouses may have parking included underneath, but a lot of the more affordable units may require surface parking. So I think that would support Commissioner Bennett's reasoning.
Would the commission be interested in making a friendly amendment that might ask the council to look further into and study how to address this problem?
Can I add a comment? Sorry.
Commissioner Haver.
Sorry, thank you. I agree with everything that's been said. It sort of is a chicken and egg in my perspective. I think one thing that we should also consider is that when those developments are being planned and built, they've got to meet market requirements as well. So they have to be marketable. And if they're not marketable, if they're not providing adequate parking, depending on where it's located, the price point that it's located at, then that also kind of governs where we are on how many parking spaces we provide. Just wanted to provide that perspective.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Haver. I do feel like, or my thought is that this speaks a little bit to equity issues. And in light of the state of our country and our city at the moment, I would like to recommend an amendment, a friendly amendment or additional note to the motion that would request that the city take these concerns under consideration and look at how to address this kind of gap that's going to likely occur due to COVID-19 and its impact on how things will develop. Would Blaney, Commissioner Miller, I think you made the motion. Would you be willing to add that as an amendment?
Yes, I'll make a motion to add an amendment to our previous action to recommend that the council study and review the impacts of COVID-19 on the prospects of having transit and how that would impact these parking requirements throughout the city.
Would you add a comment about equity?
I'm sorry.
Would you add a comment about equity in that as well? Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, the appropriate way to do this, since you already took action, is one of the members who voted in favor of the last motion needs to make a motion to reconsider. We'll let you do that by hand vote so we can move this meeting along. But you need to make a motion to reconsider. Then if that passes, then you have to, then it would be appropriate for Commissioner Miller to make the motion she just made.
Okay. Commissioner O'Haver.
I would like to make a motion to reconsider the previous motion.
All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed, raise your hand. It passes unanimously. Commissioner Miller, would you, I think at this point you can rephrase your motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve this text change as it is reasonable and overall consistent with the comprehensive plan. And it's reasonable in the public interest as it meets the policy goals set forth in the staff report. And I'd also like to add that we would ask that the council consider and study the impacts of COVID-19 on the potential expansion of transit. And if transit is going to be delayed, expanding transit is going to be delayed, whether it's still appropriate to limit parking options. And also to consider how this would meet the concerns with respect to equitability in terms of housing access and transit access as well.
Okay. Commissioner Fox?
Second, the new motion.
Thank you. So we have a new motion and a second. So I guess, Shanitha, you'll need to poll. Thank you.
Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox, how do you vote?
Aye.
Chair Hicks, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman,
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver,
Aye.
Chair Thomasula,
Sorry, aye.
Commissioner Winters.
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous and it passes. Thank you all. Before we leave, I think there was a commissioner that wanted to make a statement before we adjourn. And so a question from staff, I guess. Are we going to include the report from the director as well, or shall we move past that? Mr. Bowers, we cannot hear you for some reason. Yeah, I still can't hear you. You could chat me, maybe. I don't know if you can do that. Okay. Ray, can you help us with this? In the meantime, how about we hear from the report from any members on the commission? I think Commissioner Bennett, you had asked to speak.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hicks. I also want to thank you for taking the moment at the beginning of the meeting. I appreciated that. And I'd like to say before I read the statement that it is truly a privilege for me to serve on this commission because I feel an obligation to make a difference for my children and my children's children. And I love the city. And I hope that what we do does make a positive impact. In that vein, the statement that I have bear with me. Eric Garner, Sandra Bland, Michael Brown, Chantel Davis, Tatiana Jefferson, Laquan McDonald, Tony McDade, Pamela Turner, Corin Gaines, Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, Walter Scott, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd. These are names we all know, and we cannot look away from the circumstances surrounding their murders. America's history of racially motivated murders and systemic racism requires action. That action may require taking a hard look at existing policy, procedures, and inclusion methods throughout our city. Whereas our purview as Planning Commission members is limited to the interpretation of the city's primary policy document for land use and development, we are members of this community, and we make decisions that affect neighborhoods for generations. I recognize that we have a long journey ahead of us to see diversity, equity, and inclusion at the forefront of development decisions in Raleigh. For that reason, I propose that at our next meeting, we discuss crafting a recommendation to City Council to call for a review and assessment of the comprehensive plan to ensure that our policies do not disproportionately affect communities of color. I affirm that Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Commissioner Bennett, thank you very much for that. Commissioner Winters, I see your hand up.
I wish I could speak as eloquently as Commissioner Bennett because she really did encapsulate a lot of what I have been thinking and feeling. But I also want to add just a quick note to come back with this Commissioner Bennett's statement. I also want to give acknowledgement and thanks to our former chair, Edie Jeffries, for her years of service to the Planning Commission, her year as Planning Commission as in her service to community, neighborhoods, and the city, as well as her leadership in the previous year. And it was under her leadership that she hearkened to the sensitive time that we're in and made the difficult choice to suspend our last special meeting. And I understand it's caused some difficulties, but it was the right call to make, that we stand with our city, we stand with our citizens, we stand with residents and neighborhoods, and also with development, because it's going to take all of us to come together to build and to continue forward. It just seemed disingenuous to say we are here for not the development, but for the city, and then to continue on as if business is business as usual. It just didn't seem. It just was not it was just insensitive to the moment that we were experiencing coming together as citizens. So I wanted to thank former chair Edie Jeffries for that, as well as the commissioners for their support of that. And in these last days, as and now echoing Commissioner Bennett, it's as we begin to look and listen, and in listening, also looking and listening and maybe hearing it from a different way and from a different ear, and how we approach our work. As Commissioner Bennett said, that it's, the time that we're in is not just about, okay, well, that's a police issue, or that's a health issue in terms of COVID. It's also about a planning issue and how we look at communities, Black communities, communities of color, and communities all around, how we look at that and the questions that we're asking ourselves. And to be sure that we are consistently asking the same question throughout every community, just looking at that. I didn't have a prepared statement, can't y'all tell? And just talking about this one word, equity, that I've heard repeated more times today than I've heard previously. And it is a breath of fresh air to actually say that, as opposed to finding other nuances for that, and maybe that nuance is not heard or met, or not saying here, but could potentially be glossed over. And this is a responsibility that falls on us as commissioners, as police and healthcare providers, as ambassadors of the city. And as Commissioner Bennett also echoed, that she loves Raleigh. Y'all know I love Raleigh, 6th generation Raleigh. Can't take me from here. Just wanted to share that and just how we look at our work going forward and making sure that that's the forethought, as well as being prepared to have the harder conversations as we walk through these different cases. I love Raleigh, Black Lives Matter, and I'm out.
Thank you, Commissioner Winters. You're getting lots of thumbs up. If there aren't any, I would just like to say it's been my pleasure to chair today's meeting. It's been a tough one. I really appreciate your comments, commissioners, today, and also everybody's participation. And if there's no further business, yes, Commissioner Fox.
Would it be appropriate, or do we need to make a motion to address the recommendation Commissioner Bennett had in her statement?
I think that's a wonderful idea. Would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion in support of Commissioner Bennett's statement and recommendation that we look at crafting some language to make a recommendation to City Council, that we look at an evaluation of the comprehensive plan through the lens of equity to make sure we are not disproportionately affecting communities of color with our development and land use decisions.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further? Oh, sorry. The second is Commissioner Winters. Thank you. Any further discussion? I just want to say thank you for bringing that up as a motion. If there's no further discussion, Shanitha, could you take hold of? Ken, we can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me now. I would like, while you guys are getting ready to take your roll call vote, the City of Raleigh is a member of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, or GARE, and part of a North Carolina cohort. And there is a group of staff as well as department heads who are involved in this effort. And one of the outcomes of this effort is to take a equity scan of our comprehensive plan document. So it's a very timely recommendation from the Planning Commission, and work is already underway.
Thank you for that update.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Vice Chair Hicks?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
She had to step away.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. It passes. Thank you all. So thank you all for staying late. Thank you, staff, for also staying late. And with that, that concludes this meeting of the Planning Commission. Our next meeting will be Tuesday, June 23rd at 9 a.m.
It's an honor to serve with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.